Alright, hello chaps. I gotta make sure the stream doesn't die on me. Here we go. Alright, so in front of me is, and I'm gonna say this dude's name oh so wrong. I'm gonna just show you guys. Oh my god! Move. Actually, just. There you go. Come on. Oh my god! Okay, well, I'd love to show you the thing, but it doesn't want to move screens. So, we are going to be porting Foolman? Whatever his name is. Oh my gosh. Firefox, dude. Well, you got a brain. I guess. I guess, dude. Firefox not working, bro. Anyways, we'll be porting Foogelman's Minecraft port thing to the console, and yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me because I spent literally half an hour testing this, and I'm still not sure if it's working. All right, let's get to it. All right, so we probably need to actually open the folder. How about that? There you go. And let's just open the folder. Document. Where did I put it actually? Sources. See, I'm so smart. Yes. I'm not the author, but I still trust him. Alright, so we don't care about CMake. The first thing we need to do is we need to make this compile without CMake. I don't care about this server stuff. Let's actually... Oh, we're gonna have to change these steps. So... Okay, the good news is that this is in pure C. So, this is not gonna suck nearly as much. Why'd I just make that a folder? This is not gonna suck nearly as much as I thought. But I perceived it to be a lot more difficult than I actually was. There's one limitation, because I haven't built this for libfinite yet, and I'm about to. That is that we need to somehow get shader loading to not suck. But first I gotta figure out like actually how shader works in OpenGL. Probably gonna use OpenGL better than Loken, simply because the console does support OpenGL, and it's not horrible to just use the tech that's already in the project. Alright, so we have a bunch of dependencies here. We don't want these. We're gonna get rid of all of these, actually. Maybe SQLite can stay. Maybe Tiny3C thread can stay. All the rest of these are going in the trash. Alright. Oh boy. I guess we'll start with main.c. Alright, so right here we already have two things we don't like. We have this chunk. Oh no. Well, I guess the first thing we should try and do is get libfinite to show us a window. Alright? I guess I'll make a new folder. Thank you. What I'm trying to do is add a new, and we'll call this libcraft. So we're going to need to have a Mason folder. And technically we don't need to use Mason, but I just like Mason more than CMake. And let's also pull up the Cubix documentation at cubixdev.org. I sure wish that I could. I sure wish that I could. What's the word? Ah, yeah, drag the tab over, but my computer said no. Alright, so the required file that we're going to need is this mason.build file that actually is terrifyingly outdated, but we're going to use it regardless. I said we're going to use it regardless. Come on. There we go. Alright. It's going to be written in C. And we are going to use libfinite, and we're going to use latest libfinite. And we're going to separate our source files correctly, so we're just going to have a source at main.c. And this is going to pull out to a libcraft file. We're going to have to use other dependencies in a minute, but libfinite is the first one we're going to need. Now, before you actually used to need Wayland directly. You can actually build with no Wayland now, which hopefully will work, as I think it will. But anyways, let's make a source file. I'm going to make a new main.c. And we'll include log.c and draw.c. And then we'll create a simple void init function. First thing we want to do is initialize the logging stuff, so finite log init, and right now we're just gonna put it to the std out. We'll set our log level to be debug, and we'll turn timestamping on because we want to see when things happen. So once we have that, we need a new finite shell. I like to extern my finite shell just because it doesn't make sense to be passing it around everywhere when you kind of need it. But we only have one file right now, so we're just gonna give it an initial value. So then we'll just set shell. Oh my lord! To equal. We need to init it. So finite shell init, and we want to put this on Wayland 0. And then we want to finite window init with that shell as well. Now, we're also going to store the width and height of the window. Alright, finite window in. Well, I don't really think we're gonna need a shared memory buffer right now. Let's actually look at how, when we start a window here, it's a few thousand lines of code, he said. And the problem with finite s, and we'll actually include. Why do y'all do this? We'll also init the file system, and we'll use search sources where's this folder? Cool. Now, this is also where we normally would init the shim, but we're not using drawing because that inits Cairo surfaces. So we'll leave this alone for right now. There's some other things we need to do in it, but we won't worry about that right now. Alright, and then we create an int main function. Something this does actually need to be an int, but we just need to call init, and then we can use the new now technically we have to do an initial commit, but we don't have anything to commit yet, so we're just gonna create the window. And then while we need to create a new finite event type Eva, and then we'll just say while I need to put this in parentheses, Eva equals finite shell await next event, and we pass the shell. And while this does not equal event commit error, and then we're gonna do what I have heard is called busy waiting, where we wait for the next available frame, and then once we're done, we're just gonna I just gotta type this out. Finite draw cleanup shell. And there's some other things we have to do on cleanup, but this is essentially the basic loop. Alright, now that we got this, can you stop auto-importing all these draw stuff, please and thank you? Like, it's already imported right there. Why do you import stdio? Alright, now let's look at, the first thing this is doing is it's loading GL, which I need to know, is this basically need to know the difference between GLFW, which we don't have, and like regular OpenGL functions. Now, not looking at it. Next from scratch. But we need to get the BLFS book because it has the documentation we're looking for on glue. Which only seems to depend on Mesa? So this might be safe. So in fact, we're gonna say this is safe, right? What's up, Diego? We're gonna say that glue is safe, actually. We're going to use it. And we're going to, yeah, we're gonna say glue is safe, right? So we need to add that. We need to add that into our dependencies. I sure wish I could spell. Now, what I need to know is the actual Mesa name of the package. So we need to pkg config list all, and we're looking for maybe not. It's just glue. Geo Wrangler library. Which, as long as it's not a DirectX dependency, DirectX, we can compile it for the console and we'll be okay. Alright, so what does glue init do? And I guess we actually need to pull up the docs, huh? I'm just gonna make it. Firefox, why do you have to break? Oh, there we go. There we go. Alright, let's go. The OpenGL Wrangler library. So for that, and let's start by init and then now they call this function glut init, but what does this actually do? Because this doesn't look like it comes with this, and they don't use it either. Ah, that's okay. So that glut init stuff, that's what we did. We already did that stuff as with Lipana. So let's go and say gl enum includes glue init, right? And we've got to include the headers. Here you don't want to include automatically. I see how it is. I actually don't know if that's how it renders like that. But we're all gonna say it does. For my sake of for my peace of mind, you know? For me. When we actually compile this for the console, we can always make changes. But for right now, we're all gonna say that this is how it works, right? Hold on, chaps. About to do something and then I forgot what it was. Alright, we're back. So then we check if error does not equal glue okay. Then here's where we say find out log error. And we'll percent s. And we need to do glue get error string from error. I could have just whatever. So we have this GL enable, which seems to be a glue function as well. So we can just copy this. This all looks like init stuff, so we're gonna... Alright. So now we need to handle texture loading, right? And we can actually look into the textures folder, right? So we have this font.png, okay. Sign.png. Texture, this is our texture map. And this is our sky. Alright. So we're actually just going to copy. And no, actually, no, we cannot do that. We need to create a new assets folder. As if you remember, we edited this to be source libcraft assets. So we need to have all of our textures in that folder. So we're actually just gonna copy it like that. Bam. Now we need to create a header because we need to create a type that can hold all of this information. Right, so let's create a new include folder. I just like creating a separate include folder just because it feels clean. And then we are going to create a new, and I hate using just regular stuff, so we're gonna just type def it. Type def struct. Sure love autocorrect, man. And we actually need to include the finite. We're looking for fs.h, yeah, the new file system API, and we are going to create a new finite asset for each of these. Now, why are you including stuff that I'm already including? You know, sometimes I don't know that about you. So we're going to create a new finite asset box. Sky, a textures. What are the other two assets? Sign and font. And when we come back to this, when we start to like do improvements on this, we're gonna see if we can actually use the built-in libfinite fonts. Yo, what's up? Is that Jax? That is Jax. We're gonna see if we can use the libfinite fonts later. Alright, so let's type def struct, and we're gonna call this asset tree. Alright. Now, when we come back here, we just need to include that. We'll include it at the top. Alright, and then let's start loading our assets. So we need to create we'll also make that a global here. So finite set. Oh, whoa, no. We want to create a new asset tree. Thank you. Hello. Welcome. Creating a new tree. We'll just zero this out as well. We will allocate this. Oh my lord! I feel like every time I type, it doesn't register. And we just say that the tree is equal to this. Create a new asset tree, and then I don't remember if I have to make that a pointer, which is why I allocated it. Finite asset load image. And now here's the great part about this new file system API, right? We already set the root, so all we have to do is just say where it is relative to this folder, and these are all just directly in there, so we can just say their names. So we're gonna start by loading the texture.png. And this return value of this function is going to give us a finite asset. So we'll just set, I don't know, this time I'm going to find out if it's a pointer or not. Tree.textures, and it is indeed a pointer. Which makes sense because the data that it's pointing to is mmap. Alright, so let's see. We need to load all three of these images as images, right? Before. So textures, sky, font, sign, and we're just gonna load them exactly like that. Here's sky.png, font.png, and sign.png. Now we run into a small, teensy tiny little problem, right? Because now we need to load the shaders, and we haven't written code for that. So the question is, how are we gonna load the shaders, right? Well, for right now, we're gonna load them locally. I'm gonna figure this out as we write how I'm gonna do this. Now, what is a program? So I guess this is a glue integer. Interesting. Now, what is this? An attrib? Ah! So here's one of his custom types. So let's go and add that into our main.c. I guess I should add all of these types except those. We'll come back to that in a second. I'll try and like add these only when I need them. That way I can like actually know what they do. And for this, we actually need to include the glue header, so I'm actually just going to include it in here. Bam. Actually don't need to include this either. So here we have a glue program, a position, a normal, a UV map, a matrix, a sampler, the camera, a timer, and 4 additional data points, or whatever the word would be. Values? Attributes? Well, I guess the type is an attribute, so I don't know if I would call it an attribute of an attribute. You know? Anyways, after we finish... Now, we actually also need to create the glue types for all of these. So, we need to... Well, right when we load them into the asset tree, we also need to create a glue int for all of these. So let's go and do that. So the basic only change we made to this segment is instead of calling this load PNG texture function, that if I'm not mistaken, oh my gosh, pushing for Cubics is support for Americast protocol on the roadmap. I haven't looked into anything for Americast yet. It could very well find its way onto the roadmap, but it's not really planned right now. Our goal right now is to get everything stable first, and then when it comes to adding extra stuff like that, we'll go off of what, you know, developers and the community want us to add. Load PNG. Oh, he has a bunch of utilities. Oh no. I guess we'll make a separate function to do this. Yeah, let's see. I see what it's trying to do. But we aren't doing this. We're still gonna load the finite asset as it is. Although we probably will need to figure out the size of the image. But I also feel like we shouldn't need the size of the image. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I don't know what maybe I just don't know like what that's supposed to do. Alright, asset gives us a name, a file descriptor, the binary data as a uint8, the size, the asset type, and any additional data that we want to store later. Do we need the size? I also feel like with stuff like this, right, we would know the size of the image ahead of time. So we could just ship the size into the function. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe we need to load the image as something that isn't a uint8. One thing would be interesting because it would allow any phone, PC to share screen with Infinite easily. Only Xbox has support for it. That's true. That is very true. Like I said, we will start working on like all the extra features and stuff like that after we get everything stable. So that is a good suggestion, and we will definitely look into that. I'm trying to figure out like I'm just wondering like how would I even make that? Why do we need the width and height? I guess because we need to know. Because the only problem is that we don't have we don't have the file, right? We want to be able to just read it as byte data. And decode 32. Okay, well we have the LOD PNG here, right? Also wonder why he's using LOD PNG and not the STB headers. I want to think about it. I'm like, this game could be a bad example. Does it do anything other than load file? Yeah, well, you're getting as a UN8 regardless. Let's take in a finite asset, right? And let's also include the glue header. But yeah, getting everything here was already. This would be really cool. Yeah, I think it'd be cool as well. It just depends on how we implement it. Flip image vertical. That sounds like it is also in the original utilities. What's this game genre? This is some. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna tear up this dude's name again. So I'm just gonna give you the original. This dude, this guy made a Minecraft port in perfect C, not that C++ translation layer foolishness. So I am trying to bring it over to the console API. There are other projects I could have used, but I just can't with like translating C. I don't like doing it. It could be done, and it's definitely something that I'll have to do eventually, but I hate translating C. And plus, I don't want this to literally take me 3 months. I want this to be like a today project. So, there's also that. Okay, so. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? So we get to say in the finite asset data, the width and the height. Okay, this is a I hate when people do this. Put everything on one line. Oh my gosh, dude. Mem copy is not defined. All right, dude. Cool. Malloc is not defined either from stdlib, even though it says where it's coming from. All right, dude. What's the problem? Size T? Why are we also using unsigned everythings? I hate. Why'd you do that? So what's the problem with malloc? So why don't you just include setlib? What are we doing, guys? OAD? I don't know, actually. Oh, using pure C honestly isn't that bad for input. I know some people believe that like it's bad for input delay. OAD is made in C++, but we're literally reading, at least in prod, you're literally reading the input events directly from the device, like from the device file. So it's not really, you're not gonna see, or at least you shouldn't see any like input lag or anything like that. Input is pretty well typed. What's wrong with memcopy? What's up with you? Oh, you're missing a header. Alright, so a person's just joined my Discord call. I think it's Delusions. It is Delusions. Welcome, chap. Alright, so let's see. I'm also going to turn your volume down. I'm pretty sure you don't want to do that. Alright, so VVV is also a mix of C and C++. Yeah, I've seen that. A lot. I mean, C and C++ are so interchangeable. It makes sense. Although they are syntactically not the same. That's probably my only beef with it. Like, I feel like if C++ didn't have the syntax of Doom and Despair, I think I would have way less beef with it. I hate when y'all write this stuff multi-line. Just write everything in one line and turn on text wrapping. Whoa! Don't do that. No, I'm talking, when I say input lag, I'm more talking about like the concern of using C over C++ in general. Like, C is a quote unquote slower language, even though it's not really slower. I hate. Yes, I am aware. I am throwing away the const. Whatever, dude. Happy? Happy. Look at that. Look at that. Alright, so now what should happen is... oh my gosh. Alright, so... we load the texture. Then after we load the texture, we need to now call this utility. So I need to make a utility header. Include new file util.h. Where's my phone? Oh. How it genuinely feels to lose your phone while you're writing code. I hope this music doesn't get copyrighted, by the way. I lost my train of thought. What am I doing? Oh, yes. I remember now. Yes, there we go. Why did... And again, we need to include this. Yes. Hey, move. Gosh. There we go. Alright. Now, I can include in my main.c, I need tilde.h. Hey, do that one more time. I guarantee you. Alright. So we need to call this function now. Once we do that, call this. And we need to pass in tree.textures. Now I'm gonna do a hacky little solution on how I'm gonna get the size. So texture, this tells us the size of the image right there. So we'll just pass 256 and 256. Bam. Alright, now this will supposedly load the texture correctly. Let me copy to data the new data. And this will also flip the image as it's supposed to be flipped, apparently. Why? Me no know. Don't ask me. I'm sure we'll figure it out as we're like loading something, because I'll render it and then something won't work. They're still doing init too. This is the worst part. We gotta do this now 3 more times. The good news is I actually got it figured out now. And then sign. Alright, now to load these shaders. What am I gonna do? Well, let's just look at what this load program function does. Oh. Now in GL, we can just load. We need it as byte data regardless. Now here's the real question. Do we need it as byte data in libfinite? Because if we do, I have a cheeky little solution on how I'm going to do this. Yeah. Oh, this is source. We don't want to change the source. Yeah, so let's open up libfinite, right? Yes, actually. Don't say that. Oh, no, just how bad the stream lag on YouTube is. Yeah, YouTube stream muy delayed. It's also my internet, but YouTube tends to have, there's like latency between what I say and what actually comes up on the stream. Yeah, I could just screen share on Discord, but I actually don't know how bad that would be. I can try it though. Why not? Well, I would screen share on Discord if it would work. I love it, I love it, I love it. It's so great. I love when Discord doesn't, whatever, dude. Yeah, it doesn't work. Shout out to Waylon, man. Seriously, y'all trying to get me demonetized? Well, we're not even monetized to start. I just hope YouTube don't take my stream down for all this Pokemon music. My goodness. wonder why everybody's name is Blue, by the way. I don't know. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes, lip finite. We need to check in the render. Shaders. Yes! I am right. We actually... Why do we F open? Ugh! Disgusting! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh! Render get shader code just converts the shaders to bytes. Anyways. Alright, so we're gonna do a little update to lip finite. File system. Files. CFS init, load image, load sound, and guess what, guys? We're gonna get a load shader. And apparently, we just need the byte data regardless, so it doesn't even matter. So what will happen is if we are not in compiled mode, it will memcopy the asset name. Is PathMax the PathMath? Blah. Is PathMax the PathMax? I think it is. The 4096, or is that something I defined? No, it is not. Yeah, and then basically all we'll do is we just, I'm not sure why I did that. Oh, because it's the relative path. We open the file, and then if we can find it, and it's a regular file, it's not no symbolic link, byte data, anything like that, we just mmap it. This right here, this mmap, life-changing. Life-changing. The performance boost you get by not actually copying, life-changing. Anyways, we just need to quickly publish this little function that we just made. Include fs core.c, and we'll just there's probably unable to load null shader. There's nothing. Oh, well, we do need to change the asset type. And I should have an asset type shader already. Yes, I do. And then later, I'll fix that later. I'll write a to-do for myself. To-do, make sure this works with the shader loading function render. Alright, let's commit that. Well, actually, let's not commit it. Let's make sure it works first. Where's the terminal? I don't know why I brought this over here. I could just open a new one. Oh my lord. Oh, I should love. There we go. Now, if I did this correctly, when I reopened this, alright, and I press save, I should now have a finite asset load shader. It's going to, again, be relative to the local path. Alright, so now we have that function in. I, like, literally could have wrote that earlier if I had, like, sat down and actually, like, read. But, you know, reading is comprehension, guys. So, why did it load a folder? Alright. So, coming back to the bottom of the file. Right, okay, so we are loading the shaders by doing this load program function that, hilariously enough, all it does is it just turns the shaders into byte data. Yeah, I don't know how you guys are arguing how people tell me that like OpenGL isn't as complicated as Vulkan. Why does it take 6 functions to load a shader, dude? Whatever, dude. All right. Okay, so. Oh, it would really help if I wasn't muted on Discord. How? Oh well. So. Yeah, but we don't want to use fprintf. We want to use the GigaChad finite log. Why did I say that? And I like to use something went wrong with, and then %s, and we'll say info. Although I like to, yeah. Why do we have a GL false type? Like, just use std bool. I hate when languages do this. And Vulkan does the same thing. Vulkan does the exact same thing, and I don't like it in Vulkan either. But oh, it's semantically correct to do that. Alright, so what we'll do... It's my understanding that nobody else is going to use that. So, void load shader. Load shader program, and we take finite asset A and finite S. I would love if this would work. Finite asset A, and then finite asset B. I'm just gonna name these A and B. Or can they these? I'll name them A and B right now, and then because the other options to name them shader 1, shader 2. I don't want to do that. All right, so we have to create this GL Luent program. Oh, we have to return a GL Luent. Not Luent. I don't know why I said Luent. So then attach shader 1, shader 2. And we take the now shader 1 and shader 2 returns the value of so yes, that makes even more reason. Make shader it's a great question. What is the shader type we're making? So, oh, that makes sense. Shader V, shader S, or shader F. Vertex shader, fragment shader. Hello. I don't know why I didn't think about that. vertex shader, and then the source is going to be vertex shader.data. And it's going to cry about how we're dereferencing a constant again. Not dereferencing, but we're throwing out the constant. GL shader source. We're supposed to be passing the actual data of the file? Hold on. Did I read this wrong? I'm taking the file as a read. Yeah, this is binary. Everything is byte data. Why are we taking byte data and reading it as normal? Huh. Huh. That's very odd. That is very odd. Pointer to pointer. I'm very confused. Why are we taking the byte data and reading it as a regular shard? Where's the docs? Sure wish the docs would actually open. Thank you. Same with a function. GL shader source. Now I'm confused. Alright, let's look this up. Oh, wrong browser. I feel like I had a script that was... Well, I mean, we don't want to be making shaders right now. Why are we I wonder, why don't we just pre-compile shaders? Oi, moi. Well, I guess. I'm trying to figure out, like, literally how I'm gonna make the shaders. Shaders are so stupid, bro. That's not true. Shaders are cool. Alright, so let's go look at my own render example, right? How did I make the shaders? Shaders. Shader compilation is... Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how in the world am I gonna make these shaders work? Like, we can't... The problem is I can't just, like, pass them as text. They have to be byte data, because we're M-mapping it. My research says that I could just use GL shader binary, but, like... Oh, wait, I'm dumb. You know how it is done right here. I'm dumb. Alright, so what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna test this, right? I should be able... Do I have this command? GLSLC. Oh, I sure wish I could type GLSLC. No, I don't have it. Need to install it. Genuinely can't stand. So, I'm guessing, my guess is that we need to pre-compile the shader. Now, this is how I did this in the Cube demo, using Vulkan, right? What I did is I pre-compiled the headers and the headers. Pre-compiled the shaders, and then when it's time to load them, I was loading them as the binary, not the raw text, because that's how you load it in Vulkan, right? So I'm thinking my process is that GL shader binary would do the same thing. How right am I? We're about to find out. Alright, so inside of the craft folder, we're gonna cd shaders ls. I don't even remember how to do this stupid command. Let me look at this one more time just so I can know what I'm doing. I want to make sure I do this correctly. So we take the GS... Okay, so GLSLC. We take the input file. And then we output it to an output file. Frag to SPV. Desktop shaders for Vulkan require version 140 or higher. What in the world was it? Oh, y'all know what? It's probably the Alright. I'm pretty sure that's the problem. Yep. The GSR, no F. F shader stage fragment. .gsl file encounter, but no F shader stage specified ahead. Me specifies F shader stage. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? GLSLC help. Vertex, fragment, frag. Oh, I just have to put an equal sign. Oh, are we supposed to say F shader stage beforehand? And then say block. Let's go fragment .glsl. Oh my gosh, I have to rewrite the shaders. Oh my god, no! I hate this. Why? Why? It's okay. We'll rewrite it. We'll rewrite them. We'll rewrite them. Do 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 do. You can. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's the error? What's the error? You can. All right, I have to pull up the GLSL documentation. On my way. All right. Oh yeah, that has water. I don't want that to happen. Okay. Let's hope that there's no random bad things happening. I guess we should just search it up. Shader stage. Go. Oh my lord. This is not what I'm looking for. Yeah, come on, Vulkan. Oh my lord. Preamble. Introduction. Yes, okay, I need to know. Okay, let's look at the basics, right? Oh, I'm so lost. I am so lost. But the docs say that the minimum, the latest version, the version we're supposed to be using, by the way, the version that, you know, that is I'm supposed to be using is 460. This shipped with version 120. I just buffed it to 120, bro. Oh my god, bro. Why? Okay, I don't feel like reading all these. I don't want to do all this reading. Just tell me what it is I need to fix. Oh, phone about to die. I'm 15. I miss those sounds. I'm gonna start Googling errors, bro. The variables and types. So you're just gonna start. Sure would love it. I don't want to read all of this. Hey, I just want the shaders to work, dude. There's so much more that needs to get functional. Make, wrong parameters when starting. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, you're not telling me nothing. Where's my terminal? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's right here. Duh. Error. Unexpected sampler. Expected, comma. Oh my god, I hate this. I don't want to sit here and learn vertex shading, bro. I really don't. I really don't, bro. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What does binding equals 0 even mean? I must preface this with I did not write those shaders. I was following the tutorial and it was like, here, use these shaders. So I said, okay. Do I know what I'm doing? Not in the slightest, but we're gonna give it a try regardless. Because I see we have this sampler here, right? Where we set the button. Now this is, we're gonna set this to 450 as well. That way you're using the same version, right? Line 3. gonna do something semantically wrong because I don't feel like spending an hour like learning how to do this correctly. I just don't. I don't want to do it. And I think that's fair. I think it's very fair that I don't want to spend an hour learning how to do shaders, dude. So we're just gonna we're gonna do something. We're gonna break a rule. We're gonna break one of my rules. We are gonna do something not allowed. For my sanity. For my sanity's sake, you know? For my sanity. Because if I have to sit here and literally process the bytes. I don't want to do that. The TLDR, basically. I don't wanna. Okay. Load file. Alright, so I have the make shader. Right, load file. Load shader. On my face. I'll figure this out at another time. And then... Wait, I'm confused now. Load... Load shader. And then pass path 2. Oh, hello. Yeah, because it calls that. Okay. We gotta figure it out now. Sure wish I knew what the type was. Fragment shader. There we go. We'll just pass the FS as well. Oh my gosh, that was low key. That was pain. Alright, and then we just call this. Oh, right. Sorry, guys. I forgot. I said I wasn't going to do that. Bam. And what's the problem? Redefinition of program. Oh, we did that already. Hello. Unfortunately, we're still only doing init stuff. This is the part that gets me. I also don't need a new line. I never said it would be fast. I just said it would be relatively easy. All right. Now that that's done, we need to put this in the util header. I'm not looking at the shader math for the rest of the day. Sure wish it could go in my face. Alright, so then... Question is, where are we storing this? So now here, we're creating these. I feel like I should be storing all of this in the asset tree, so I will. Because why not? What's the harm in storing it? Attrib? There you go. And then, when we come here, then we just say tree.program. Oh, actually we don't need to store the program, because we're retyping it. Oh, I'm right. It is load shader program. Let's put it on the side because I don't feel like switching back and forth. Okay. Yeah, and each attribute has its own program. And then all we have to do is just say tree dot. What am I listening to right now? Oh. Oh my gosh. There's probably someone out there is probably making fun of me for doing this so slowly. I have to do this 3 times, so I'll just go ahead. Breathing. No, look, I have to do this 4 times. That was just a big block. Alright, so second time. The good news is once we get past all of the boring stuff, then I can like do input and the stuff that will not suck as much. Famous last words before disaster. Okay. Okay, so here's the frag shader for trees. I would then take the and then finally sky shader. This better compile. I'm gonna be mad if it doesn't. We also have to fix some of the clock time API this uses. Oh yeah, YouTube stopped. I love when that happens. I love YouTube. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Why did you stop playing the music? Alright. And there I come back with more Pokemon music. At least I'm only playing remixes, so that shouldn't be a problem. What's a G? What's a G? Oh, I guess this is like the global stuff? I don't care. Well, I mean, my goal is to recreate functionality, and sure, dude. No, we're not We don't care about command line arguments. Now I gotta figure out what the definition of G is. Oh, it's a model that has this GLFW window. Ah, hooray. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna stuff the finite shell in there instead. That'll save me energy. What's a map? Where are those defined? Yeah, sure, you can go in there. Well, let me see what the math of C does. Yeah, it's just math. I don't feel like doing that, so... Copy, you copy. Paste. And then just move map.h into the includes. Fix map.c so it points to the right place. Include slash map.h. There we go. You're not doing anything render-wise, so you too can go in here. Breathe and come on. Sun.h. Alright, now where? It sounds about an area here too. I don't want to use the bits. We don't want to use the bits. Max name Len. 32. But you know, sure, we can define that. We can ignore that. Okay. Next messages. Alright, so with that is done. Finally! We're not done with the init. So now we need to create that. Create window creates the G, doesn't it? Who creates this? Who is responsible? Who owns this? Literally, who owns this? Who is responsible for creating this? Who is creating G, bro? It literally just pops into existence. Like, who owns this? Literally. Ah, we do. We own G. Why would we? What? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you make that? Why would you do that? That is not how I would do that, but again, I guess, dude. Why are we? Hey, is this how I would write this? No. Do I feel like figuring out why it's written like this? No. No. No, I don't feel like that. So we're just gonna define that here. And it's gonna, what's a DB path? Oh, why do we have all these freaking ghost variables? What is this even defined to? It's okay, guys. I'll live. I hate when devs do this, by the way. Like, where you just have, like, 5 trillion defines. Like, why is this here? Who is even responsible for defining this? Why is that even defined? Yeah. Let's just do that. Why did it copy the next line? I guess, dude. Okay. Like, it's stuff like this. What is this? Why are these not hard-coded? I guess because you want to, like, let me set params, but, like, I don't care. Create chunk radius 10. Render chunk radius 10. Set delete radius. Delete chunk radius. Reset defined. Delete chunk radius 14. Render sign radius 4. Again, why are these just not just hard code? Your values chap. Sure. Where are these defined? Don't. Threads.c? Threads.h? Sure, dude. Sure, dude. Alright, so now we gotta find this worker run function that has text functions that shouldn't be there. Hey, but it's in the main.c, so I'm going to allow it. And you have this load chunk and compute chunk function. I don't know if we're gonna make a new chunk handler function. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Ensure chunk workers, force chunk, check workers, all these chunk functions. They really don't need to be in here, though. That's the problem, yeah? Like, they don't need to be in this file. These could literally be their own, and there's more. Like, these could literally be their own thing. Like, look how much code they take up. These need to be in their own file. Yeah, we are gonna make a separate file. I love this song. that light fill function is a part of this. Oh, I hate how y'all write this. Oh my gosh. Straight to the gulags for all of y'all. Any person that writes their functions like this, stop it. It's not tough. It's not cool. It's not nothing, bro. Please. Do you see how annoying it is to close these functions when y'all do that stupid multi-lining stuff? Don't do that, guys. Don't write your code like that. You want to make semantically good-looking code? Don't do that. Don't we have two functions that are called compute chunks? We don't. And see, now everyone's thinking, oh no, now you have to redefine everything. No, I don't. I'm just gonna bundle them into this file. Gen chunk buffer. The good news is, honestly, glue is pretty light. Well, let me correct myself before I say that. Yeah, glue is pretty lightweight. Only 18 megabytes. It's so essential. I don't feel like stripping the system that much. It's 18 megabytes. We're not saving that much space by not having it. And it seems like it's pretty essential for OpenGL. Which, I've been debating like how OpenGL actually should be supported on the console, because we actually need OpenGL because that's the only way to make the compositor work. Otherwise, I have to go write my own render queue for islands, and I just like don't feel like doing that. So OpenGL support is going to be there. So why would we like prevent you developers from using the API that's already going to be on the console regardless? It's just a question of like how much do we give you? Because like obviously libfun is built to work with Vulkan. But as you are seeing, it's really easy to port my OpenGL game, the OpenGL game, from OpenGL to whatever libfun it's using, if we just have OpenGL. Yeah, this calls. Sure. Yeah, you can say that. Alright, now we're done with the init. This is everything that needs to be in the init function. Alright, so now, first things first. Normally, if there's no commit, we skip. Here, because we're doing 3D rendering, we want to commit every frame. So, we're going to completely ignore our normal check where we would be like, oh, if the commit is no commit, then do nothing. We're just going to we want to keep drawing. So, then we're going to call db enable. What does this do? Why is this undefined? Alright. It's in db.h. I don't know why we have a database. Why do we have a database? Because the developer of the original code said he needed it. I don't feel like messing with this. So I'm not going to. Whoa. Why'd I copy main? Whoa. Ring.h, SQLite.h. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, we got a vendor SQLite. Well, honestly, vendoring SQLite's not that bad. Vendoring tinythread.ac. Why can't you just... These should really ship with the console. Tiny C thread. What's the other one you need? Ring.h. Oh starting to scare me. Who defines this? Where's ring.h? Please let that be it is! Yes! Yay! More things I don't necessarily think to. Copy. So we'll paste that in here. And I will copy the ring and paste that in here. And as you'll see, we are going to be reusing a lot of the, as you couldn't already tell, we're going to be reusing pretty much all of the original code, because why would we put ourselves through that torture? Alright, so next we need to include string.h. Alright, so with SQLite, I'm okay with just rendering that, so we're just gonna copy the whole folder and paste it into include. Include says SQLite. But remember, we're using Vulkan, or not Vulkan, Mason, so we actually need to separate the headers from the C files. So we're gonna create a new SQLite folder, and then 1, 2, and we're just gonna move you into here. And then when you guys call on SQLite, you're going to be looking for // include, oh my lord, include /SQLite /SQLite.h. And the same thing for you. Does the goat reply? I do reply, actually. Oh, this just doesn't include it at all. What's the purpose of doing this? Why are there so I don't know. Yeah, I definitely like having multiple monitors. This makes this so much easier. Oh my goodness. It. Why does it not just. Sure. Sure. This is on Discord. What's on Discord? Jump on rank. Don't even trip about the Pokemon music, chat. That's what's on the playlist right now. You know what? I'll put on some of the Sonic. Time to get into deep into the YouTuber bag. If you never heard this song on YouTube, have you really ever been on this platform? Oh, that'd be a cool game to have with also. Unleashed demake. Would it be a demake? I don't think so. Most of this stuff is coded by this other dude, and my job, I'm like porting it over to Liplanet. No, ChatGPT was not used, Jeb. The source code, here I'll put it in chat. This is what I'm putting right now, is this the original? That's the original. And I am working on my own port. Look at that, we're into it already. There was no AI used in the development of this thing. Okay, why this word again? Oh, honey. Okay. Yes, bro. We're in the bag. We're in the bag. We're in the bag. Respect the bag. Tiny C. Oh. And then move that in there. This is one of the songs that's in every YouTuber's bag, you know? It's Elite Ball. Tiny seed thread. Bam. Alright. And now the slash name. Become a streamer full time? No thanks, child. Streaming is fun, but like also I don't think I don't think I'm crazy enough of a good streamer to be worth watching that frequently. But more importantly, I don't see I feel like I would just get tired. Streaming on Twitch is just not it, bro. You get no viewers. Like at least on YouTube, like I could be like, all right, if I send it to a couple people, you know, I could get some viewers, you know. Some people might show up in their recommended. Twitch, dude, you could stream for 6 hours and get no viewers at all. Like Twitch, if you're streaming on Twitch, you're doing it for the love of the game. Like you're doing it because, yeah, but he has like that. He's like a great example of that. Like, dude he can stream for hours and maybe get 3 people in the live. Like, no shade to him, but like Twitch sucks, bro. I don't mess with Twitch. Why is everybody blue? You can be blue too. We need to make you guys green. I wonder how I can make it so like you guys have like those random colors, you know? Settings. Oh, that looks trash. No. Fix settings. How about we make it so that like the colors are random, you know? I don't know. No, everybody is blue. I don't want you all to be blue. I want y'all to be a different color. Even blue, the blue is goated? Yeah, sure, I'm about to get it. I mean, like, guess, bro. I want you all to be green. Or like, orange. Ooh, what if I make the background like, alright, come on, we in the Unleash bag right now. Now this song right here, this is Elite Ball. Everybody knows Windmill Isle, but do folks know about this one? Oh, this is a Lupana one. We don't care about this right now. What's a Windmill Isle? Yeah, you gotta go. Nuke the whole generation. If it were up to me, look, if it were up to me, If DB init, we want to know that something went wrong. Finite log unable to init DB. This will also not compile on the console now because it wants to have this stupid database. Alright. We don't care about that. Alright, reset model. I don't play Roblox? Dude, I have works to do, bro. I want to play Roblox. That doesn't mean I have the time to play Roblox. See, there's a difference. Although, technically, to be completely fair, I did open Roblox yesterday. I opened it and I looked at Basketball Legends for about 20 minutes and then went to bed. GLFW set time. Alright, so we have to replace this function. What does this do? Since the library was initialized. So, in order to replace this, no, this is get time and set time. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're going to create a new finite clock. What's that type? What is that type? Remember it. Work as cubics or work doesn't work. Cubics work and schoolwork. I still have to. Oh my god. I'm thinking about a stupid assignment I have to do later today. I hate it. I hate it, bro. I hate it. That's what it is. I hate it. I mean, I guess we can just create a new monotonic clock. There's no problem with that. Struct time spec my time timer and then what? Yeah, I need to get my classes in, you know. There were some classes that I needed to take, and I didn't get to take them during the semester, so. Alright. And what is define this right here? Okay, and then day length. Why are you including all of that foolishness? Imagine only taking. I'm only taking one. I was supposed to take two, but they took me out the other one because it was only available in person, and I was not doing that. Gustavo! Welcome, chap. How have you been, chap? I have not heard much from you. Integer. Okay, so let me say timer. That's tough, bro. Set time. Oh Lord, I gotta figure out what clock am I gonna use. To be fair, I don't text people up. That's really fair. I don't talk to people unless they talk to me most of the time. So we're in the same boat, bro. Which I need to get better at doing that because I definitely need to interact with people more. This is one of my favorite songs from the game it's from. That requires some. Oh my gosh, wrong phone. Requires some elite ball. Welcome back, Pedro. Wow. Bro's active in Discord. I mean I work. Like that's literally the only place I do. Pedro, we just finished writing all the init stuff, so now we're trying to make the time in the game work. So the sun should be able to rise and set. That's the first thing that is inited, so we need to figure out how we're gonna do that. We can't use monotonic because this is non-settable, but I think we can make a custom clock. Not this. Yeah, we can create a custom clock. We can create a custom clock. We're gonna call it game clock, right? Because we don't actually have to use monotonic. We can just set it. And then we set it to G dot day length divided 3.0. Why we divided by 3.0, I do not know. Oh, this is an integer, so we actually divide it by 3. And then we need to 4. Does this not return a double? Oh, it does not. Passing integer to format conversion back to int. Hold on, chaps. I need to cast this to an integer. I need to cast this to a double. What's the problem? Okay. Got it there. Bye, Gustavo. Because some of us are using Discord, so we don't have an account. Yeah. Someone else asked me about if we were gonna use Matrix. I don't use Matrix personally, so I feel like it would be disingenuous to make a Matrix server just because, you know, I'm not on there, and I feel like the biggest thing about the Discord is that, like, you know, people get to talk to me and, like, you know, the other staff team, obviously. And also, I feel like it's a little unfair to force everybody to use another app because I don't like it, you know? Like, maybe we'll use Matrix or like a Matrix fork in the future. Yeah, I've seen BridgeBots, and okay, that's a lot. I have used Matrix before because I was testing something, but I don't use Matrix consistently enough. But I think I know the LFS server, the Linux from Scratch server, they have like a Matrix bridge. That's cool. I think we could I think maybe I'll look into it. Yeah. I think if there's like enough people that are like, we want to use Matrix instead of Discord, I think that we'll definitely look into making it. I just want to make sure that like when we yeah, you know what I mean, like, someone was making a Matrix client. That's what I mean. Like they were using like a custom Matrix client. I don't remember what it was called, but if enough people want us to switch over, we will look into getting it done. I just don't want to do that, and it's like, oh, it's like 5 people on there, you know? I'll probably do a poll. Somebody remind me in the Discord server. I'll probably do a poll. Because I already don't like that how much tracking Discord actually does. Like, if you look at like the amount of data Discord keeps on you, like, to be fair, they do have like the ability to opt out, but like, bro, the amount of stuff they track on you is ridiculous. And now they're talking about this ID verification stuff. I haven't seen it yet, but I don't know. I'm just saying, what's a Matrix? I'll make a poll later. Just lost project. Yeah, that's true. Like I said, LFS, they already use it, so. And I know that those are the type. A lot of those type of people are in the Cubic server already. Yeah. In fact, I gotta get in there too, because that's another game that I gotta work on a port for. That's the next project after this. Alright, I'm getting distracted. But yeah, remind me about that. I will definitely ask the people of the Cubic server if that is something they are interested in. Oh yeah, I've definitely seen like GNOME people, especially GNOME people. They swear by Matrix. What's the problem? Incompatible integer conversion passing int. Time spec. Yeah. And then the TV sec is $4 hours. Yeah, like I said, if there are enough people that are like, yes, we must have this, I will look into it. I don't know why I'm passing decentralized. It's decentralized, yeah. Like I said, I definitely see the merit. I see the merit for it. Not tough. That is true. I said the same thing about Gilded when Roblox got it, and everyone was complaining about it missing features, and I was like, the best way for it to get better is just by other people using it. Problem was nobody used Gilded. Like, big servers would go to Gilded and they would have like 50 members. Like, their member conversion was horrid. Garbage. That's why when Roblox shut it down, I was not surprised. Also, that was also when Roblox and Discord were beefing, because neither of them wanted to really take accountability for the stuff that was happening on their platform. And Roblox was upset with Discord because Discord was responsible for a lot of the stuff, and Roblox was getting blamed. Discord didn't like how developers were abusing their API. It was just a whole problems. I've seen IRC as well. Some people like using that, but I don't know. Animal Crossing Discord does not have that many people in it. I don't even think Discord has that many users. Alright, so... Alright, this is a bit weird. So, what is this code segment doing? Oh, we need to find the FPS. Now, I want to go as far as to say, like, Discord is a terrible platform. I mean, it's popular for a reason. But I also would agree that, like, Discord is far from perfect. And it definitely has its problems. But I don't know if I would go as far as to say it's a terrible platform. Their decision making, that's the thing, like, I wouldn't say Roblox is a terrible platform because their decision making is bad. Roblox still has its merits. Double last commit time. What are we doing? The problem with Roblox, the age verification thing has become a big deal. I mean, honestly, that's like the biggest complaint. Roblox, I know some people complain about the moderation. I mean, I've been using it for like almost over 10 years now. I don't know, dude. Like, in terms of online moderation goes, like, it's far from perfect, but I wouldn't say it's like the worst ever. You know what I mean? Like, I've definitely seen other platforms with worse moderation than Roblox. I think it's just that, you know, Roblox is that big. Obviously, Roblox has the problem that we all are aware of with certain groups that are on the platform. But again, I thought, and for years, I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a Roblox exclusive issue. And then when I met Krish and bro was playing Valorant, and he was telling me stuff about stuff like that, I was like, oh, that's not just a Roblox problem. It might actually be a outside of Roblox issue. You can see, yeah, I know. Super Tux Kart is gonna be my next port project. I want to build a Super Tux Kart demo, but it requires me to like do a lot of stuff. Why do we do this? Why is this why do we have this in the main loop? What is the actual purpose of having this in the main loop? Why is this even in a while loop? Oh my god, developers. Why is this in a while loop? Like, let's all look at this code together, right? So we have a while running equals 1. Right? We initialize the client, set some local variables, set some stuff, and then begin the main loop. Why is this in an outer loop? Chat, I am like... Yeah. That's gonna be a project that I'm looking forward to. I'm not gonna lie. I saw the stuff they're making with their new game. Well, not new game. The V2 version of Super Tux Kart, Evolution. That stuff is cool. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm really excited for that stuff to be available. It's just I can only work with what's available in the source code, so you know I'll do my best. actually really like Super Tux Kart, and it's a pretty simple demo to run. It shows the power of the console pretty well, or the capabilities, what type of game you should expect for the console, and it's open source, which is always a good sign. I did not know, by the way, that they had a Switch port until I was looking for the files when we went to this expo, and I was like, dude, they got this game running on the Switch. I didn't even know that. I guess because the guy didn't want to use STD Bull, but he has GLFW's Bull type. The renders of the cards on the channel too. That's cool. I don't understand what the purpose of doing that is, but this literally all could be right here. We shouldn't get the monotonic type. Like, this should be inside the main function. We should do all the init stuff. Right? Oh, untab this. That's why it looks like that. Oh my gosh, keyboard, come on. Right, so we should, and if we're offline, which we are, we'll do that. Then we reset the model. We run the model switch. Yeah. I don't really know too much about it. I don't have a modded switch, but Diego does, so I'll ask him to, because that looked cool, and I thought it was an interesting concept. So what does GLFW? GLFW gets time, gets the amount of seconds that, oh my lord, Firefox! Thank you. Oh my god, dude, can you like act like you got some sense, my guy? Oh my lord. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. There we go. Returns the time in seconds. Value in seconds. Uses time. So this gets monotonic time. Reset model resets the time. So then when we call get time, we're using get clock time. LC equals. And we're using this to calculate delta time, basically. But instead of set time, we're using get time. And then we're getting game clock. And then we're putting this in timer. Oh, why are we doing that? This is defined already. 4 hours! Oh yeah, we only have to do this once, because what we can do is we can say struct time spect, not time t, time spect, cur, and cur. Yeah, we don't actually have to define this outside of that. We can just leave that here. And then LC equals cur t spec plus cur dot insec. Now I'm not sure what these variables are used for just yet, but we're about to figure out. Alright, then we have this function gen sky buffer. Where is this defined? Make sphere. Alright, this is cube.h. Alright, that can stay in here. 4 hours! I try to keep the Bane.c simple. So cube.c should also have this make sphere function. Is this extended? It probably is extended. We also need to bring in item.c. Oh, my Jesus! Oh, my Jesus. Why do y'all hate me, man? Okay, and we'll put item.h in here as well. Alright, so let's look at cube.c first. And cube.h. Include. Why do y'all hate me, man? Alright, and then we'll come back and define this. Matrix.c. I should have this already. I thought I had this already, but apparently I don't. Now, as long as we don't include GLFW, we're okay. If we see GLFW calls, we have to replace those. But for the most part, GLFW is only used for window rendering, so we should be okay for the most part. What is this? No, we're not including that. We're not including. We are not including config.h, so we'll just fix that. But let's come back to C. Cube, right? So again, same thing. Oh goodness. Include matrix.c. Alright, so now we're going to check for any errors. What's wrong with this? Why are we using floats and not doubles? Oh my lord. Literally no reason to not just cast this. Especially because it's going into a float. Like, just cast it. Same thing here. It's going into a float again. Which I guess I guess I should use a float then. What's the difference between a float and a double? Because I was always under the assumption that they were the same thing. Just with slightly less precision on a double, I think? Although, I could be wrong. I actually don't know my C data types like that, so I could be very stupid, you know? Yeah, so... But I will say that I hate how people write their functions multi-lined like this. I get it, it's supposed to make it more readable. I don't care about reading the prems. Float is 32 bits, and a double is what, 64? Yeah, so it does matter. See, I figured that it was something to do with precision. Cause C also, like, there are like weird types. Cause like, for example, a uint 8 and an unsigned char are the same thing. But an integer and a uint 32 are not? Or that's how someone explained it to me, and I was very confused because I was thinking like, shouldn't they be the same? I thought a uint 32 was an integer, like there's a regular integer, and a uint 64 is an integer with 64 bits instead of 32. But apparently there's a difference. You know. I hate these multi-line function declarations. Like, why is this multi-line? Come on, dude. Also want to know, like, what year this code was written in. I'm very curious. I really actually do want to know. Make character 3D. So this will turn the character into a 3D model. Interesting. Crazy UV math. Alright, so this uses pi. We need to use m_pi because it's from math. That's why I prefer Russ's type names. I wouldn't say I don't. What the heck? We gotta slime y'all out for this. Why do you? Anyways, I wouldn't say I honestly don't like that. Just the U. I like where it actually tells me what the type is. Like, I hate that the UI. I never liked those single letter abbreviations. I get it, it's faster to type and stuff, but I never liked those. I like the full word declarations simply because they just click faster to my brain. Like there's no decoding. It's just read the value. Plus, the amount of times I use a float over a double is pretty rare. And this is probably the first time I've ever been like, oh, I need to know the difference between a float and a double. Because usually I don't care about precision. Or at least when it comes to like writing. Yeah, I understand like the symbol meanings. But what the heck is show lights? I've never been a fan of just the single letter variable names, like single letter type names, where it's like, oh, it's just I, you, I don't know. Or I feel like at least with unsigned, it should be like, maybe it's more readable. I wouldn't say it's more readable though. I feel like if you like int is very readable. I32, like if you are, and this is where my thing about readability is, if I'm not a programmer, I should still be able to like kinda understand stuff, you know? Like if I've never used Rust before, I should be able to look at the code and be like, okay, I kinda, you know? When there's all of those like single letter variables and stuff like that, then you gotta be like, what's a U8? What's a U16? You know, like what, you gotta ask questions. C, I could go, that's an integer, that's a character, that's a float, that's a, like, I may ask, like, what's a double, or, you know, like, specifics, but, like, in general, I can look at this and be like, okay, I might have a question or two, but for the most part, it's, word means what it says. U8 doesn't have a direct meaning to my mind. You know? Like, it's better, Rust is more programmer speak, less readable, in my opinion. It's the same problem I have with C++, although C++ is a whole nother discussion. C++ is just horrible. I hate it. The worst, it's so ugly. C++ and C#, they both have horrible syntax. What's a character? I mean, if you should, character is not a programming word. Like, wow. Neither is long, but again, those are like C specific stuff. You would ask a question about like what's a double, what's a long, but a char is not a C specific word. Characters are what we use to measure like the length of text, and not just in programming. Like, how many? Twitter has a character limit. If I see char, I'm thinking, oh, character. Especially when you see a char that's written like, you're gonna be pretty quick to be like, oh yeah, character. You know, like you see string, character. You know. I feel like char is much more. Char at least like makes sense. Maybe I think the things that people ask about, at least when I started, was like, what's void? Well, I didn't ask what void is because I was coming from Java, public static void main string args. Java syntax is horrible too, but at least Java is because char and programming has nothing to do with letters. But readably wise, it does. In terms of reading what it does, like what it is in the context of the code, it does at least have something to do with letters, since, you know, it points to the integer value of a character. I think points, but you know what I mean. Like, it is the integer value of the character. I got distracted and now I don't even remember what I was trying to fix. Oh! Yeah, make spare. Wait. What am I trying to fix? Bro, I'm here arguing semantics of C and now I actually forgot what I'm doing. Gen Sky Buffer. My music stopped. Yes, I'm still listening. char is signed. Yeah, but that's not... Does someone know if a char is signed or not? No one... First of all, nobody except weirdos use unsigned chars where they write unsigned char. Everyone just uses a UN8. I don't like using unsigned chars because it looks inconsistent when you have UN32, UN64, and then you use unsigned char. Like, to me that doesn't make sense. But C is readable in the way where it's you can use unsigned char, you can use unsigned int, you can use unsigned long. Like, it gives you the option to choose between readability and consistency. Gen buffer? Where is that defined? Where is that defined? Come on, guys. What are we doing? Where is gen buffer? Okay, so this shouldn't be in the main. Plus, why would any non-programmer care if it's signed or unsigned? I'm talking about if I'm looking at it and I can understand what it does. Yes, I'm not saying people don't use unsigned variables. I'm saying that most people don't write unsigned. We shouldn't be writing unsigned. I don't write unsigned. I guess I'll say. I don't normally write unsigned. I mean, in most code I've seen don't use unsigned. They just use UN8. But I concede I don't write unsigned. That's just my... But every programmer is like that. Like, everyone has their own, like, I like to write my code like this, you know? Everyone has their own writing style. Like, for example, when you use callup, right? And you're trying to set the size of a buffer, right? Like, let's say, and it's a struct. Like, let's say I have a struct ABC on, right? And I need to allocate it. Oh my god. When you set the size of the value, do you use the size of the variable or of the struct? Because I see people, they'll do this. And I hate that. I like to use the size of the struct instead. But shard 8 beats. Oh, ASCII table. They don't have to know that though. They don't have to know that. Nope. Like, when it comes down to making, this is the thing, when it comes to learning the language compared to like knowing the language, right? When you learn C, you should know that like a char is 8 bits, right? But like when it comes to writing the code, I don't need to know a char is 8-bit. As long as I understand that, like, okay, I'm storing this much data into the char, especially because when you think about it, you're not actually reading. When you return, nobody's looking at. Okay. Let me put this the right way, right? No, unless you are writing memory strict or whatever the word is code, where like every byte matters, you aren't necessarily thinking about that every single time you write a string. Yeah? I think that's the best way that I can put it. At least I'm not thinking about it every time. I'm not thinking about, oh, this must be 8 bytes and this must be 4. Like, when you write your structs, obviously you should order them in size order to save space, but like, unless that is a restriction that you're working with, you're not thinking about that 24/7, you know? And I shouldn't need to think about that when I'm looking at my code, at least in my opinion. Also, I feel like UTF-8 is pretty well defined. Like, I don't think I need an ASCII table to understand UTF-8. And again, no,
I don't really feel like I've ever used an ASCII table to be like, is this character valid? I just put it in the string and I'm like, okay, it's UTF-8. It's on my keyboard. So, you know, I'm not throwing like crazy characters in there. The only thing I will say is Null Terminator, like the Null Terminator. But again, those are just C specific things. And that comes with learning any language. So yeah, you gotta learn the nuances. Plus, I feel like C has this weird reputation where everyone thinks it's super scary. When it's like, syntactically, it's not that crazy. Like, even, and I will say, even I was like a little afraid of C before I learned it. Because I was just like, oh, it just looks, like, it just feels complicated. But it's not complicated at all. Once you, like, actually sit down and be like, alright, I'm gonna learn it. Like, I understood the concept of C in a day. But concepts of some of these other languages is not that easy to grasp, you know. Why are we defining? Oh! Why are we not just using... Why are we making our own map? Why are we doing this? See, this is the stuff that gets me with some of y'all. Why are we making our own map? Does Radiance not exist in the map in Math Header? Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm stupid. But I thought Radiance, and maybe I can't spell. I can't spell. Alright, I'm dumb, because apparently it's not defined. I could have sworn that math.radiance was math.radiance. Oh my god, where is it? Yeah, but then I have to think about it. That's my only problem with it. Oh, you have to think about it. I shouldn't. But then again, Rust has its own string type, doesn't it? Oh, Lord. Yeah, you guys have your own string type, so that's different. Like, if you're using a U8, you actually care about like the size. That's completely different. I don't know. Rustations, you guys got that one, bro. Where are you getting Radiance? Where is this defined? Where is this defined, chap? Literally, where is that defined? Think about... I don't know. I wouldn't say that. ABS is defined. Min is defined. Max is defined. Sign. I wouldn't say that I have... I mean, I'm thinking about it as... When I learned it, I didn't have to think about char. I didn't have to... Once I learned that a double... What a double was, I never thought about it again. Like, it's... And it... Like, other languages also use... Also, it's like other languages use the same C-types. I wouldn't even say I got... I mean, I guess, bro. I wouldn't even say it's like I got used to the madness. It's just that, you know... That's how it... But the other types are clearly worse. I wouldn't say it's clearly worse, though. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like, in terms of readability... Like, there's a reason why everyone uses the same types. It's not just, oh, like, oh, well, this is what everyone else uses, so I might as well use it. It's about the adaptability of your language. It's the adaptability. Like, other languages use double. Other languages use float.
Other languages use char. Like, it's not a exclusive C thing. Rust is the only language I can think of that uses U8, U16, U32, U64. Like, it is the only language that writes their types like that. So when you learn Rust, you have to learn all of these types. Meanwhile, when I was learning C, bro, I understood 90% of the types right when I picked up the language, because I was like, oh yeah, I remember this from that language, or I remember this from that language. Like, for loops, I caught onto that really quickly, because I'm like, oh, that's just how you do for loops in JavaScript. It's the same thing. And there's a reason why those were the types that everyone adopted, because those are the types that we got used to them because those make sense. I'm not saying that Rust types are bad. I'm saying that Rust types are different. You have to learn the types in Rust. When you use a language that uses the types that C uses, everybody uses those types. Like, types. Hello, Drago. All these types, but that's what Pedro. Think about this. Nobody else writes their types like that. That is a Rust exclusive thing. Go from Rust to C? Dude, I was learning Rust before I learned C, and I liked C a lot more. There's a version of the compositor that is written in Rust, and the whole reason I abandoned it is A, because Smith A sucks, and B, types for integers and floats are objectively better. I don't know, dude. I don't know. If you're somebody that started learning programming from Rust, you would be like, yes, absolutely, Rust has the best types. But if I guess, bro, I guess. Personally, I don't like the types in Rust. That is what I'll say. I don't like them personally. But I understand, like, people that just started programming and their first language was Rust, yes. Me, somebody that has been, if C used Rust types, everyone would use Rust type naming. Because if everybody used the same type namings, everybody would understand the type namings. We use C type namings because they make sense to us. C type namings are everywhere. Rust, when you're learning Rust, you have to learn the new type namings. Like, everybody uses a double, everybody uses floats, everybody uses ints, everyone uses char. Rust doesn't. Rust has its own thing. When you learn Rust, you gotta learn all of that stuff. You gotta relearn a lot of the things that you already learned from other languages. That's why when I tell people, like, oh, learning C is not that hard, it's like, you've already used this stuff. Rust, you gotta learn all the extra stuff. Is it worth it? Maybe. Me personally, no, because I like how things look a certain way. Also, don't like, and I'm getting so off topic, bro. I don't like Rust syntax. Not really, bro. Like, a lot of the stuff that I see in Rust, again, is pretty. A lot of the stuff I see in C, again, they translate from other languages. There were maybe, especially, it's not about what is better. I mean, it's what's better for me, because I like my code a certain way. I like C stuff because C is more readable than Rust. I wouldn't say that Rust is I'm just talking about typing. It's a, I'm saying that, like, I'm not saying that C is the better language. I'm saying that the type naming makes more sense to me. I like reading int and going, that is an integer, right? When I see U8, U16, I gotta think about that. You know what I'm saying? Especially because you being unsigned what? It's just unsigned. Rust types are more about readability? No. Rust types are more about explicitly telling you what it's more about explicit behavior rather than readability. Like, there's a difference. Explicit behavior is, this is a unsigned integer with the type 8. Readability is, oh, it's short, simple, but it's not too short where it's like, you know, it's just letters. Like, it's short enough where you understand it, but not too short where, you know, it's just
single letter, one letter variables. Like int, void, char, easy. They click in your mind. They're easy to remember, but they aren't like overly short where it's like one letter, you know? If you have to think about double and char, there's just another issue. That's a whole nother problem. Like, that's just a whole different can of worms. I've even used Rust for years. Which one did you learn first, Rust or C? Assembly. Jesus. Jesus. Yes, but like, I don't use like I'm thinking about this from my programming standpoint. I don't really use longs like that. For the most part, I use double. Occasionally, we'll use float. Unsigned integers, we only use that for very specific cases. Chars and void. Like, there are all these syntax. There's all these extra words. Like, there's all these extra types that are there for very specific use cases. But like, most of the time, I don't use them. Like, size T, I probably use that more than I use a long. Because size T, again, that's another example of like a type that makes sense. What is a size T? It's a size. Like, you're storing a size of something else inside of a size T. When I hear like U8, U16, I don't know, dude. I just don't like it because I don't like it. I think that's what it comes down to. I have a specific way I like code to look. Like, I can dunk on so many other languages for syntax, and it'll be like it'll be like other things. People be like, that's not a big deal, bro. To me, it's a big deal because I like my code a certain way. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. You know, you can disagree. You guys don't gotta follow me and listen to my instructions. That's just my opinion. But yeah, all right. I got overly distracted talking about syntax. We are drawing a cross here. Intriguing. Why am I drawing a cross here? This is not where I was. Okay. Alright, so Gen Sky Buffer, we gotta create a new player. We're just gonna create it as is. What is this? What are we listening to? Alright, I guess, dude. Load from the database. Okay. Highest block. What is that? What is the definition of this? Okay, this looks like a chunk function. So we're gonna throw it in the chunk header. Oh, and that's what I was trying to do. I was fixing all of these. Ah, see? I got distracted. Why do I not have this defined? I feel like I should. Check workers, ensure chunk. Highest block. And the main.h. Main.h. Bum 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 oh yeah, show lights. That's what I'm looking for. What is this?
This is defined in item.c. Yeah, I'm biased because I'm thinking. Yeah, that's fair. It should be an item.c. I don't know how I would feel about writing in assembly. What is this actually? Why in the world do you vendor the whole thing, Brody? We don't need all that. Bro, vendoring the whole thing. Like literally every single file for GLFW. The whole thing. Shader define max. It was in one of these math functions, math headers. Math. There. I feel like there's already a function for this, right? Okay, there's not. See, I just maybe it's because I'm dumb and don't feel like reading. I don't know. Malloc faces. Where in the world? It is in util dot. It's in main.h. No, it's in the utilities. Alright, so we gotta get that. Malloc faces. Util.c. Util.c. And then util.h. I'm assuming that these are also in the util.c. No, these are in noise.c. It's a dep. So we're gonna vendor this. Okay, so include noise.h. The only thing we're looking for is occlusion, which is, please don't be a GLO. Oh, it's a function that is going to be in the chunk headers and defined as such. Look at this, we're already in the chunk function, so we're just gonna include it right here. Ambient occlusion. Alright, this should be all of the, no. There's still some errors. This is definitely supposed to be in here. No. Where is make plant? This is in the cube function, isn't it? Yes, it's in cube.h. Oh my gosh. So cube.h. Del buffer. That is in util.c. By the way, will this be a fork of the game? No, this will be a fork. I do not know the guy personally, but his code was I forgot where I was looking for it. It was in like this list of like open source C projects, and yeah. But this will be a fork, and he will be attributed. Responsible open source programmers here. Util.c. There we go. All this really is just a libfinite port. Nothing too crazy. Gen faces is also in util.a. Hey, so like, you see I have the file open, right? Thanks. Why is this so out of order too? It's really weird. Gen buffer. Oh, I hate. Where's gen buffer defined? Right here. That would make sense, right? Okay. So then in util.h, you want gen buffer. Gen buffer. Del buffer. Gen faces. Of course, it'll be on Coldberg, not. The Malloc faces here already? Yeah. Can we make? Gen sign buffer. Oh, I gotta fix that. Oh, it's not in here. I wonder where it is. Oh, look at that. That is defined here. See, this is what I hate about that. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Look how horrible that looks. Close the whole thing. Yeah, y'all going to jail for this one. I ain't gonna hold you, chap. Ambient occlusion, light fill. Oh, nah. Okay, he gets away with it with some cheeky exploit. So I'm gonna let it slide. Okay, we fix this one, right? No errors in here. There's some syntax things I don't like, but I don't know. Dude, you sound so quiet. I do? I feel like I'm turned up pretty high. I could be wrong though. Oh, yeah. That's super weird. I wonder why it's doing that. Test. Test. Yeah, I wonder why it's doing that. Oh, probably because the cable's messed up. That's probably super loud to you, but hopefully that fixes it. Or if not, here's the thing. One thing I hate about having migrated is that, come on, pulse audio control, output devices. Whoa, that's not what I'm trying to do. Input devices, I mean. Oh, yeah, that might be the problem. What if it's because my mic is just turned down? That would really suck. Test. Okay, now it's super loud. Let's turn this down just a little bit. Test, test, test. Hold on. I should just leave this alone. Okay. Hopefully this makes my voice not super quiet. Please let me know. I've been here just literally yapping for 3 hours, so I can close this. Also check Discord really quickly. Maybe some people had things to say on there. I'm getting a ping in management. That shit. Increase your mic volume again. It can be louder. Why are you not telling me this in the chat, goofball? I'm talking about you, Kamaris. General. I'm watching the live. Hey, record this. I'm going live. We're listening. Yeah. Oh no! Y'all could have said that the mic was low like 3 hours ago. I'm here thinking that mic is fine. It could just be that like I did like move my chair back, so I'm not as close to the mic as I was before. So that could also be it. But hopefully it's fixed now. All right. Might be doing auto balancing stuff occasionally, and while it's cool, it's also kind of annoying sometimes. Hold on. More chunk math. I thought I. Okay. Because this is light fill, right? This is now you're trying to find the chunk. We have all this chunk math here. Okay, this is in this now. That ship's in STD. I just increased the volume and didn't think much about it. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my god. So you know what I'm gonna do, and this is breaking a rule that some people haven't seen. I don't care about this rule, but some people do. Some people say that you shouldn't extern certain variables. I do not care, and we are going to extern G. Why is this static? Don't make it static, goof. We don't. We need other files to be able to see it. I don't make this static either. Oh, yeah, I know I did that. Yeah. Yeah, I actually keep doing that. Because it makes it easier to copy too. Alright, so now in chunk.c, we should be able to see the type now. Alright, moving on. Create world. Wow, okay. World.h has... That is the next one we need to copy. World.h. And I'll put that into the include folder. Okay. Throw this away. Go away. Then slash include slash noise/noise.h, and then of course slash include slash world.h. Now we just gotta find all of this stuff. Chunk size should already be defined, and lib finite, and okay, these all need to be defined in the chunk header. What if I did that instead in the main? I mean, not in chunk. This header, yes. That way I don't have to keep redefining this. It's also really annoying. Yeah, we'll leave that there. I'll leave it. I was gonna reorder it, but I don't feel like doing that. Alright, world.h is fine. World.c. Alright, and then we just include main.h. Alright. Show plants. We're not going to have these optimization things on simply because why would we do that? You know? Okay. See, this is the See, why are we not just using booleans? You know? Fine, whatever. It's fine. When I show clouds, again, we don't care if show clouds are on or off because we don't have the configures. We are just going to play this as if everything was on correctly. We're going to use default settings. Alright, so now we have this world.c. Now coming back to whoever was calling you. Right? Where was it? Who was it that was calling this? Chunks, yes. You were calling create world. Right? So now you just need to include world.h. Alright, moving on to the next one. Database load blocks. And this is in db.c. Client chunk. What is the purpose of this? I guess? I guess? I think that... Now, I'm not 100% sure. I think that the client stuff is... Did it move it or did it copy it? Okay, I copied it. I think the client stuff is for online? Maybe? I don't know. It doesn't matter though because like we're not using online regardless, so yeah. Yeah, maybe? I don't really know. Alright, so // include client.h / include / tiny c thread thread.h. I mean, I guess if you vendor GLFW like that, it would work, but nobody should be vendoring GLFW. And if you do that, I'm just gonna... Don't do that. Point being, don't do that. So go to... dirty chunk. That is another chunk function that belongs to us. Okay, and we are responsible for figuring this out as well. Alright, this chunked function also belongs to us. What am I listening to? Oh, Mind Station. I like this, so I asked. I want to close all the functions that I have verified work or verified don't have errors. Let's say verified work. Alright, so set matrix 3D. This is I wonder what header this is from, you know? Don't we all? Alright, single digit errors, let's go. Okay, there might be, is there an error in ambient occlusion? Where's the errors? Alright, down to 7 errors. And they're all in main.h, I think? Okay. Ah, here we go. Wrap. Please don't be a glue function. We've done so well. We've done so well. We've done so well. Don't. We've been doing so well about not using. It's in utilities. It's in util. Wrong file. And for some reason you don't have access to stir copy. I can't remember the last time I saw somebody use stir copy of all functions. Shardwidth? Gonna assume they're all in here as well. Yep. Shardwidth. Tokenize. All of them here. I just hear so many people talk about how bad stir copy is. I just never use it. But now here they go. Using stir copy. So clearly it's not as illegal as everyone says it is. Or maybe it's just the fact that this dude is writing his code in a very specific way. I'm not hating on him, but I am saying it's very intriguing because he also doesn't like using stdpool. What an interesting chap indeed. Oh my lord. Okay. What time is it? 4:10. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Alright, there we go. Alright, chunk.c is back to working. Let's go back to main.c. Alright, so this is all init stuff. Alright, so load state, db, force chunks, highest block. Alright. We are previous. Sure, double prev equals, and remember we already got the clock time, so we're just gonna. Do we need to get it again? I got the buffer overflow. Can. Yeah, stir. I know, like the risk of stir copy, but I'm saying like this guy does not care. In terms of like prod code that we use for the Infinite, I try to not use stir copy. I honestly hate stir and copy too because it acts weird sometimes. I use, when I can, I try to use smprintf or just memcopy it, but it's semantics. Semantics. Oh, you know what? I'm doing this wrong. I say as I continue to write the code. How many nanoseconds are in 1 second? Time for some research. My phone's about to die. It's on 6. Yes, I know. One to the power of 9. On E to the power 9. It's like 1E9. Can't I do that? I'm pretty sure I can. Hi, so I want you to... Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh! Look where it's opening. Look where it's opening. On the left. Why? Huh? Why do you do that, eh? Live finite core timer. And the way I'm doing the conversions is, yeah, 1E9. Yeah, I know my map. I know map. Yeah, 9 digits. Is 1 billion or 100 million? No, it is 1 billion, you're right. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm like literally staring into the depths. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. So before I write the cleanup stuff, let's write the shutdown stuff. Oh, I know why. Can you maybe just once in your life not auto import stuff? Thanks. Delete all players. Oh, this is something I haven't seen before. Oh, that is our responsibility. Huh. I guess I will include this since that is apparently our responsibility. I'm not making a note. Making a new file called player.c. Why can't this be defined by the client, by the way? Is the client too fancy to do this? I guess. I'm making a new file called player.c. And then we're taking all the player crosshair distance, player. Hey, I have two definitions of this. Where is this in libcraft? It's not anywhere. It's not here. All right. So then we just let's include slash include slash main dot h, and it's crying because there is a issue. It's chunk.h, right? Yeah, chunk.h. Where is drawCube defined? Do you? Oh, it's just in itself defined by cube.h. What are you talking about, chap? Do you not have drawCube? Who defines who owns this function? You do. That's who it is. All these draw functions. They're going in the chunk as well. Separations of concerns? What are we talking about, chap? We don't separate concerns here. There's nothing concerning to separate. Alright, draw item. Anything that calls draw item is what's going in here. Honestly, yeah. Draw player, you can go in there too. I thought I had two definitions of it. I actually did not. I do now. So don't call this. Alright, so now you want to do GLFW get time. We don't do that here. So instead, I'm going to make my own clock time wrapper where... that's a problem. That is a problem. Yes, it is. It is a muy problemo. Well, I'm just going to... Alright, and then... Just get time. All we gotta do now is just, as a player, time spec, and then get time, and then this is a double, it's a floating point variable. And as we all know, pi is just m_pi. And I'm not gonna lie, I struggled with this one for a little bit too. I didn't know that m_pi was a thing. I didn't know m_ was a thing in general. Oh yeah, yeah, dude, I'm not gonna lie. You gotta perish for that. Alright, who defines del buffer? The answer, daily double. It is defined by the utilities. Which means I'm pretty sure I implemented this already. Am I including util? I'm not. So let's try that first. Alright, gen player buffer is not defined though. And that is defined by us. We own it. So that's going in the chunk file. Where's my page? Yes, phone. Alright, I know you're about to die. Let me put you to charge. Hold on, chat. Hey, that means charge. Not continue charging. Alright, what am I trying to fix? Oh yeah, so we need to give this a definition in mid-age. I then wrap this in parens, and I know I have that in there. Okay, that should be okay. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Alright, get site vector. It's also owned by us, and guess where it's going? Get site vector, get motion vector. You guys are both coming with me. Where did I define this? Who has the definition of the craft? Well, these need to be in to really define it. Yeah, we'll define it in detail. Oh, you don't have to import anything extra. Yeah, and you already have it. Isn't that cool how that works out? Alright, let's fix this. I am really the bane of my existence, bro. Alright, come back to main.c. Oh, delete all players is still not defined. Oh, because you know what I didn't do? What I didn't do, gang? I didn't make a player.h. Yeah, I will make a separate header file for this. Why'd my music stop? YouTube, you and I are gonna fight, you know that? I have a slight concern about loop dependencies for that one, but hopefully that's not actually an issue. Alright, now all you have to do is include the player.h includes main.h. And just out of safety, because I don't actually know, we'll Pragma once this as well. Alright, and now it's time to get into the render loop. Before I do that though, we're going to want input. So we're going to implement a few finite types. So we're going to create a new finite keyboard. Oh my Lord Jesus. A new finite keyboard. Maybe a KVD. And for this to work, I include finite log, finite input. Alright. Keyboard. Sorry, input keyboard init, and we're going to be what is the parameters again? We use, yeah,
shell. Display. The monitor that we want to watch. We'll just give us whatever the active display is, and I won't care about anything else. Then we're gonna create a new bool. Wow, crazy type with gamepad, and then we're gonna set it to equal finite gamepad init, where we pass a shell. This will return either true or false based off of whether or not there was a gamepad. If not, we will just log a warning. Oh, I sure wish I could spell. One day. Available. Yeah. That's how it's done. Okay. Now we have that done, it's time to get into the it's not that bad. Only 200 lines of code. Alright, so you see this first thing here where it's talking about Windows scale factor? We don't care about that. It doesn't work on libfinite, so we're not even gonna think about it. FPS watcher. If g.time changed. And g.time change equals 0. Why that is an integer, I don't know. LC. Then we just do this again. Like that, we don't give it a double. Alright, now we call this, we need to set the FPS type. And now we have to call this, update FPS function, where we pass and FPS. This function, this update FPS function, this will be owned by us. Oh. Actually, yes, it will. It will be owned by us because it needs to get... You know what? Honestly, yeah, you two, yeah, you can have this one. You can get this one. I was gonna make it owned by us, but honestly, it makes more sense for it to be a utility anyways, and the clock is already externed, so there's really no reason not to. But nah. I thought about it. I pondered it, and I still said no. And then now is going to equal this formula right here. What is FPS anyways? What's a custom type? Alright. Now come back to this, right? Oh. It's not previous, it's prev. Alright, we don't care about handling a mouse movement, so now it's time, well actually we do care about handling the mouse movement because it's going to be mapped to the gamepad. So let's all get out our handy dandy controllers and write a new input.c.
Okay, so this function is supposed. I think, who I? I gotta be careful here. Alright, so instead of get cursor position, finite gamepad joystick get value. Alright, chat, we're back. We're back. Alright, so we're getting the joystick value. We're getting from the show if I could spell. Show if I could spell is a rhyme. It's a bar. Why is it not? We're not extending it? We're not. Because we're getting it from G. Hold on, chat. Let me open this. There we go. What's the last round? Right. And why? Right. I guess that's magnitude. Everything else here should be the same. Now, basically what we're doing is we're using the controller as the quote-unquote mouse, which should make this all work just a little bit better. Yeah, let's go with that. Then we have handle movement. I mean the wrong joystick. I choose the right, not left. Right is for camera, left is for movement. Alright. Alright, so what's happening here? So we're getting a new... Sorry, chat, I'm trying to enjoy this popsicle. That's cool. I see the vision. Yeah, I see the vision on it. Alright. So let's handle movement, right? We want to get the state. We'll get these. What is... Okay. So then, while we're not typing, magnitude is delta time times 1. Why are we even doing that? Ortho? What's that? "13 years ago." Jesus. "13 years ago" would have been what? 2013? Yeah, 2013. Wow. That made me feel old. What should zoom actually be mapped to? It's like telescope zoom. I think it was mapped to shift before. Yeah. So I'll probably map it to like Y or something. let's get started. And then do that. Ortho. I don't know what this does. Let's find out really quickly. Now this is the, what we're about to run is the original. Oh, this lets you see the whole map. I'm not gonna lie, we don't care about this. I'm just not gonna write this. Oh, you know what? I'll map it to select. Yeah, I'll map it to select. And we should also check if we have a game power or not. Ortho equals gamepad. Move yourself. Key pressed. 0. You want to use the data shell. And then welcome back, Jax. Use button select. v.fov. What am I mapping zoom to? Why? It's like a telescope zoom, as I said before. Couple maps don't lie. Now, you're now my podcatch while I play Overwatch. Very cool. I haven't played Overwatch in so long, dude. Is the game even good? I've heard mixed reviews of new gen Overwatch. Okay, so Vegeta shell. And then this would be finite joystick. This isn't right, it should be left up. I will say, Overwatch is in a decent state, all things considered. The people have spoken, because I do not play that game. Well, at least I haven't played it recently. I haven't played any games recently, to be honest. Like, I've been busy with cubic stuff, but I definitely wanna play some stuff. I keep forgetting if this joystick is inverted. Let's think. Actually, I shouldn't need to think. I can just open loop finite. Yeah. Yes. We can actually check Mailman to see if it is inverted or not. Or I can see what directions are more specifically. not D-pad, not trigger, axis. Oh, sure wish Alright, that's useless. Alright, we're going to go to the Firefox docs now. The Firefox docs. Y'all know what I mean. The Linux gamepad docs. Writing an entire game in C is a monstrous behavior. Well, first of all, you don't have to write your game in C. You can use C++. I just hate C++'s syntax. And B, the game that I'm porting was already written in C. And all I'm doing is bring it to libfinite. It's actually not difficult because they were using GLFW, which is a disease to programming, but it works. Okay. Analog sticks. For ABS values, left and up are positive and right and down are negative. Yeah. So if FB is greater than 0, that means it's positive. We're gonna make SC plus else FB less than 0. Then SC minus. And then double LR. I hope I got this. I'm getting this from the right axis. We're about to find out. I sure love naming my variables wrong. Like I said, we are about to find out. I am not. This should be the y-axis. This is the x-axis. LR. This is for backwards, so this is SX. So left and up are positive, and down and right are negative. Alright. We can also do game. We won't let you move with a joystick, with the D-pad. I won't write that. I was gonna write it, but nah, I'm good off of that. Alright, so what happens if we don't have a gamepad, actually? We want to use keyboard. And I'm actually going to use a cheeky trick that allows you to use gamepad and controller together. Or I was, but I don't feel like doing it anymore. I was going to do it, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, else. Alright, so with this, need ortho equal finite key pressed and here's the problem, shell. I don't think. It does not store a finite keyboard. This is our problem. Now, the normal solution to this is to extern the keyboard that we made earlier, this one. So instead, we're just gonna get me this, right? Then up here, we'll set our keyboard KBD to equal a zeroed out struct. And then in main.h, we extern it. And we just need to then also include finite. But bam, bam, whoa, there's an error now. Oh, yeah. KVD. The programmer of all time. Alright. And then fav equals, and I know I spelled that wrong. Fav equals finite key left. Next, if finite key what is this? What value this? Do 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 do. Oh, this is left arrow. Are we? How odd. Oh, because that's mapped to the camera. Ah, how curious, how odd, how peculiar. I don't know if I want that. But we're supposed to be replicating the original behavior, so I guess we'll leave it alone. Huh. Moving forward is actually supposed to decrease. Up. Hold on. Up is positive, so yeah, these should switch. Left, yeah, these should swap. Actually, we're not gonna map. Yeah, sure, we'll map deep. I was gonna be like, no, we won't do that. We'll map D-pad to the camera for now. Oh yeah, we want to use a key down, not Yes, I know today is Turnabout Serenade. It's okay. I'm aware. You want these key down. Um. Boom, game back, key down. Boom, boom. Oh, that's what M is for. M is the movement speed of the camera. Alright. That does that. And then we'll also handle camera stuff right here. Okay, and this will be left. Yeah. Then we have S dot RX plus equals M, and this will be right. Key up, and this will be S dot RY plus equals M, and then finally RY minus equals M. So once we finish this, this is again if we're type. To get out of that loop. Oh my gosh, that's absolutely not what I want to do. Right outside of this loop now, so outside of this if statement. Now we're here. Thank you. So remember that get motion vector function that I was like, oh yeah, that's super important? Guess who has it? Alright, so next we're gonna do this thing here. But instead of using GLFW, we're gonna do a quick if shell finite key A. Or key press finite key space and then the board VD. Yeah, and we only have to do finite. Oh, I said finite key, but it should be finite button. Make sure I'm doing that right. Yeah. Alright, so if any of these things are true, then jumped is true. That's my hacky solution to doing that. So then, if jumped, and bang, and then collide. Who owns that? It's like you see some of these functions, but you don't see others. Using integer as the value function. Okay, who has the definition of this function? We do. So we are going to handle that in player.h. No, we're going to handle this in chunk.h, in chunk.c actually, because that's where the chunk math is. And that's where that function chunked is. I don't feel like doing that anywhere else. Alright. Input. Alright. So I'm going to handle movement. Alright, so once we do that, I'm going to put in on scroll. We'll come back to this, right? Handle data from the server, we don't care about that. There is no data from the server, but we'll collect it anyways, because why not? Right? So... Alright, who owns this function, parse buffer? Guess who? util.c. Yeah, for a while. 4 hours, not bad, not bad. No, this has to go in player.c. Now we just have to include the utilities. Yep, just gotta include util. Set block, set light, toggle light, set sign, all of these. Yeah, you're gonna perish for this. Don't worry. Record block, get block, builder block, all of this. It's all yours, chap. Actually, that should all be in the chunk handler. Not gonna lie. Yeah, and then this just needs to be made available via chunk.c. There's always a smart way to implement something. Set sign face. Yeah, this one. And there might be some additional complexity that we maybe don't need in here. But honestly, we don't really care. Plus, it doesn't make sense for this to be in the chunking functions rather than in the player API, since this has nothing to do with the player. Delete it, delete. Alright. This is going to be in the player API. Oh my gosh. I hate this style of writing functions. And it's like, it's so inconsistent. Like, if you guys were just like consistently make one style, I feel like I would have a lot less complaints. It's still a big project, but, you know, it's relatively smaller than everybody else's. Alright, db set key. This is in the db.h, right? Yes, it is. I hear a notification coming to my phone. Too bad my phone's about to die. GLFW get time. Why are we doing this? Okay, well, let me figure out where this is. Oh. Should be... Oh, the problem is just that we don't expose it. Yeah, we just need to expose it, that's all. A dirty chunk. Yeah, You can handle that. That's on you. Alright, so the only issue is just GLFW. Oh, you're trying to set the time. Okay. Right, so we get the difference between the clock time, set time, game clock. Cur.tv6 is this. Fmod. Sure, dude. I'm doing the same math you're doing. Alright. Alright. Player.c. So now we're going into player.h. And we're just gonna throw that in there. Alright, that's one down. And then the other one, this is lc commit interval. This equals 5. And I think this is the only place that's used, so I'm just going to hard code it. C equals now db commit. That's how often we commit to the database. Alright, we're making progress. We're making progress. Big progress. Alright. We're flushing the database. Here to render. Alright. Alright, so far so good. Okay. Render the 3D scenes using Geo. Alright, so this is where the concern starts to grow. And yeah, we're looking at... There's actually not an issue, because remember, the sky attribute is in the asset tree. Now, render sky needs a... Is it defend? It's not. Now, who owns render sky? We do! We own render sky. And because we own it, you know what's crazy enough? I'm gonna let us, we're gonna render it actually. Is what I would say if I didn't already have 50,000 implementations. So yeah. Time of day. Oh my Lord Jesus. Okay, so we have to create 2 new functions, and one of them is a clock time function. I feel like I wrote this already. No. Alright, so time of day is going to use the same trick that we've been using this whole time. To get the clock time. Alright guys, we get it. We know how to get the clock time. Alright, real talk though. This is really simple. And then just wrap the whole thing so that we can cast it to a float. And while I'm here, let me also get this to get daylight. There we go. Alright, so now the only thing is that we just have to expose this function. Okay, so now issue is just the sky attribute, which is a pointer to an attribute. Now, like I said, we have our tree. But yeah, it doesn't mean a pointer. Now, render chunks. We actually do have that. It's just that I didn't expose it. No. Oh, it should be the same function. Just to make sure that I have it. I don't have it actually. Yet. Oh, I'm a minute. I'm a minute. Beats cakes, the rocket. If I can get him. Not if I can get him. That's some, y'all don't know about that. Y'all don't know about that. That's okay. Cakes, beats, cakes, a rockin'. Beats, cakes, that beats, cakes, a rockin'. Not if I can get him. Alright, now I know I have render signs. Oh, I should. I know I should have render signs. I do not. Where'd I put this stuff? Render chunks. I feel like I literally just copied this. Render signs. Render sign. Render players. Render sky. Okay, all of this is going in the chunk.c. Now if I can get a Come on. I can't find it. Sure, we'll just throw it here. And now I gotta find hit test. It's right above it. But actually, these have to be later because this has right And we do have get site vector, but it for some reason appears later. Not not oh, it doesn't matter. You know where it is? It's in the player API. Alright. Okay, where's render crosshairs? Do I have that? I feel like I copied all of this stuff. Like, I vividly... Okay. Dude, I vividly remember copying render crosshairs, render item, render text. I definitely copied this stuff. Because I copied it when I was copying... Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. I sure did. Whatever. Yeah, because didn't I... Gen player buffer? Sure did. Sure did, sure did, sure did, sure did. Not talking to him. Beats cakes around me. Alright. Now everything should be there. Beats cakes around me. Not around me. Not if I can get him. Render players. Alright, so we already have render sky. Render wireframe. Render crosshair. Render items. Render text. Alright. Alright, and then this is just tree. Okay. Making progress. Yeah, there's a lot to do. A lot of code to read. Alright, 4.5 hours in. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Alright, so what we're doing right now, we just finished rendering the item. Okay. Render HUD. Render text. Alright, so let's bring in the next set of code. And the big thing that we need to do is that we want to show the info, because it's in the thumbnail. And now we have a chunked check, so chunked needs to be made available. I mean, to be fair, it's about time. Oh my goodness. And then we have tree. If show chat. We actually don't care about showing the chat. If show player name. Yeah, don't worry about that. Alright, render in picture. And I just saw something that might actually just ruin my entire afternoon. I just peeped something that might actually ruin my entire enjoyment of writing this code, because I just saw something, and I'm hoping that's not what I saw. Alright. Swap and pull. Jesus. Swap buffers? Alright. Lock attribute? Oh. Alright. How are we supposed to commit this to the window? Alright, well, time to do some research. For swapping. Now, here's where the work starts. All of that stuff, that was just preliminary. How in the world are we supposed to commit this stuff to the window? I guess we would do this manually? Is that what we're going with now? We're gonna do this manually? Because there is a way. There is a way to do this manually. There is a way to do this manually. It's the question of, do we want to? And the answer is probably not. Because where are we? I guess the first question is, where are we drawing all of this to? What stores? Because when we draw, I mean, sure, dude. We'll give what we have right now a try. I want to figure out
Now, I'm pretty sure nothing will show up. Simply because I don't think... Oh, well, first of all, before we can even do that, we need to set up the Mason build file, right? Okay, so we have... So here, we have this F folder. Our include folder... Oh, we need to write an include directory. Honestly, I don't feel like rewriting this. I should have a Codium window that has libfinite. And I'm just going to copy one from a different project I already have. Also, shout out to us. We added 0 new dependencies. Only depends on libfinite and glue. Oh. So it does depend on glue. Also notice I'm not vendoring glue, so it actually needs glue to like be there. Alright. Everything else we vendored. Noise, SQLite, Tiny C thread. The other stuff we aren't concerned about that. Alright, so we don't care about anything in include. We only care about the stuff in source. So in there we have chunk.c, client.c that doesn't really get used, cube.c, db.c, input.c, item.c, main.c, map.c, matrix, the app.c, our new player.c file, ring.c, sign.c, util.c, and world.c. Alright. Alright, if I build this, there's no errors, this should build, at the least. Chunk.c. Ah, look at that. Look at my phenomenal spelling. Where's chunk.h? Oh, guys, remember. It's in main.c. Alright, cd build. Ninja. Are you getting chunk? Yeah. Alright, so there's still some problems. Matrix.c is pulling in a file that does not exist. It's just weird. This should also be m_pi. I thought I fixed this already. And then you have an error right here where you should also be using m_pi. The use of ABS and item.c on line 160, that should not be that. C line 160, that should be using lowercase ABS, because you should be including, should be vendoring map. What's the problem? STD lib. I thought it was in math this whole time. Did not know that. Alright, then player.h is including chunk. Where in the world are you getting that, player.h? You're getting it from main, chap. There's no chunk.h from main. Alright, now there's a new type issue.
So in input, the FPS type is not defined in util.h. Huh. No, what's defined? Util.h. I don't care about the definition. It's defined here. There's no definition here. Ah! Because you have the same problem. Gen sky buffer is not correctly exposed. Because it has two definitions. One's in cube, which it should not be here. And then gen buffer has a similar problem. Again, it is defined in both the cube and the util. And then we're having a problem where floor F is included in math.h. Ah! And I know what the problem is. We've actually already dealt with this before. Not we, but I have. See, we have to tell libfinite that we actually want math. So we need to add math depth in there. So we actually did add a new dependency. There you go. That should fix it. Spent weeks trying to figure that issue out, and now we have a problem. Undefined reference to SQLite. Ah. Lads. See, I forgot about the vendor stuff. Alright. So, vendor. So, inside of source, src /noise /noise.c. Noisy. SQLite has a shell.c. Has a shell.c and a SQLite3.c. Tiny C thread has a tiny C thread.c. This should work now. Oh, forgot my comma. I forgot several commas. Well, there we go. There we go, guys. Come on. Multiple definitions of main in. There's a main function in here? Why? Missing GL version on line 88. slash sources libcraft slash sits. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't exist. Curious if this will work. No, it doesn't work. Alright, I need to get Nemo. And it should just be home ship, right? Document. Sources. Libcraft. Assets. So the only issue should just be that it can't find the glue version, which we're about to figure out in about 30 seconds. I just needed to make sure that that actually works. Okay, cool. What if I don't want to use GLFW? I don't want to use GLFW. I want to use the planet, and I need to. Let's see. All right, time for some research. I need to look up specifically. How am I supposed to get the version number? I guess because that goes back to my original question of where is this going to? Right, and we do that with window init. Create an EGL window. Oh. So we have to create an EGL window. Now, this is according to my research. At some point we'll need to Oh. Oh. Huh. That's actually not that complicated. Alright, so we're gonna create a new, Nah, I was gonna create a new EGL.c, but honestly, I kind of want it to be there so that way I can actually like look at this for later reference. Okay, so we need to, and I feel like I did last time I tried doing something like this, I did need to do that. Okay, so we need to include libegl. EGL, let's give us an EGL this way. Okay. Show. Surface. Are we gonna get the shell dot details dot width and shell dot details dot height. I actually found this what type of surface is this? WL surface? I honestly don't remember. It's Isle surface, that's what it's called. High IQ. Alright. I actually stumbled upon the EGL Wayland stuff by accident. I was looking for just the regular EGL stuff, but honestly that kind of does make sense. Huh? Huh? But these are two different things. What? I'm so confused. So Wayland EGL. EGL 4. What does this do? What does this return? A WL EGL window? Yes, but like, I want to know what this does, chap. "10 years ago, somebody included 4 EGL headers." So we still have to include EGLES. I guess this is for compositors. Yeah, this looks like it's only really for compositors. Well, it's a cool concept. Cause y'all don't... Alright. So the correct header I'm looking for is GLES2, and you're saying that she... Redefinition of glue active. Where am I importing glue from exactly? Yeah, where am I importing glue from? gl.glue.h. GG. Ah, wrong name. It's pkg dash config. EGL. So it's literally called EGL. Yes, GLES. GLES/EGL. Okay. That's the one we're going with. Alright, and this one should define for us a EGL display. We can then run EGL display. SP. Yeah, we'll go with that. Now, I'm not really sure if this will work. Get display. Use EGL native display type, and then maybe that'll work. And then we call EGL initialize. DPY. I like that a lot more. I actually like that more. Alright, so then I'm looking at this code example, right? And there's this choose config thing where we create so we'll just copy this. Where display is the display that we already have, right? And num configs is an EGL int. It's yet to be defined. GPY. We don't want to return, we want to exit. Alright, start arrow. FB attributes. Now these are the recommended settings for libfinite, so I'm not sure how well these will work, but these are the ones recommended, not for libfinite, for Wayland. Sure dude, sure dude, sure dude, sure dude. FB attributes, and then config is an EGL config that has not yet been set. Okay. I have no idea if this is like only compiler thing. Why is this like this? Come on, dude. Like, just format your code correctly, yes? Alright. Alright, so choose configs. Once we do that, then we create... You are getting it from ES configs. Where's that? Where are you getting that? Oh, I was actually right. We are supposed to do that. I was right. I was right. I was like, oh, look at that. It's the Wayland EGL thing. Haha, look, it's so cool. It's so funny. Haha, it's so quirky. No, it's actually the thing you're supposed to use. WL. And the way we can bring it in. Why are you bringing in a bunch of headers I told you not to bring in? Huh? You okay? Oh boy, the hunger. Now I read somewhere, I don't remember where, that we're supposed to include Wayland EGL first. Yeah, right there. It must be included before the EGL headers. Which means we also need to make Wayland a dependency. Okay, so then surface is gonna be now we already did all that, so shell.isle surface. Christian's calling me. Alright, I even see it's already 6 o'clock, chap. Oh my god. We're almost done though. We just gotta make the EGL context. So once we create this window, we need to verify that it actually exists. If EGL window, then, sorry, if not EGL window, we need to cry window and exit out. Yeah, and then we're gonna use this, so that ES context, that's what we're using. display. Goes EGL get display, and you want a native display? Where are you getting native display from, Chapel? You still haven't explained that to me. I see that. es.context. Where is native display getting set? Am I dumb? Where is ES context getting set? Native display is null. Who is setting that? I guess whoever is calling the function? Display. Yeah, it's the window. Yeah, I was right. It is the shell.display. That's what I thought it was originally. But then the y'all code base be confusing me. Alright, so once we initialize. Alright, so we get the configs, initialize, create window surface. Where surface is a EGL surface. I might make. Yeah, I'm gonna make a quick type for this. Main.h, and we're gonna make a quick. Why do you stop? Who told you to do that? Keep playing. There we go. No, where other Firefox? Other Firefox. There we go. All right, so we need to create a quick type. Type def. That's gonna be a struct. EGL instance, and instead of keeping all that stuff in that variable, we're just gonna keep it here. I feel like this makes more sense. Oh, and just throw this stuff in here as well. So I already have all the other GL stuff there anyways. Alright. Alright, zero it out, and then EGL display. This how do you say instance dot display. Alright. So once we choose a config, instance.surface equals EGL create window surface instance.display instance.config native window. The native window is the EGL window. And the attributes list just null. And honestly, this should be instance.egl window as well. Oh my goodness. But if I do that, then it has to be allocated. Hopefully we... Yes, we do have to clean this up. Yeah. No need to be lazy. Well, maybe not. Because this... Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we don't need to allocate this. Okay. EGL context. Oh my gosh. The crew. What do you think it's done? A letter. Okay, so once we create the window surface. Alright. We create the context. Instance dot. Really the only reason I'm keeping this stuff is because I'm like concerned I need to clean this up at some point. You know, create. You know, context. Display instance.config shared context EGL no context and then context attributes. Yeah, we'll just bring that in. Yeah, sure. And then here we'll bring in attributes. Alright, then all we need to do is to make this our current context. Alright, so instance.display, instance.surface, instance.surface, instance.context. Alright. And if we didn't do it for some odd unknown reason, we'll just unable to create surface. Alright. So you need to store this display, the context, and the surface. Display, context, surface. I actually never used this. Major, minor? Ah! Because we initialize it with instance dot. What in the world is going on downstairs? Hope that's not Asher. Alright. Okay. Alright. I think we got it. Oh, but first, I need to add this EGL. Okay. EGL. Client. EGL. Alright. Whoops. Forgot to add them here. cool if it could. Nope, it needs to know what Wayland EGL is. Yeah. I'm sure that means I have to include Wayland EGL at some point. Yep, Wayland EGL. Yay! Alright, should do a thing now. No window made on line 92. Huh. Line 92 of init. It is contradicting itself. Window made. WL init. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? EGL window WL window create from a surface of width and height. Were we not? Aren't we supposed to create an XEG window? Aren't we supposed to create an XEG surface first? From the WL surface. Yeah, that's the aisle surface. Oh, you know why, guys? You know why, guys? You know why? Maybe it's because width does not have a definition, but details. Details. Height. All right, maybe. Hey, we place parlays. Yep, that was it. Something went wrong. Unknown error 141. Okay. Maybe I'm missing something? I might be missing something, maybe? Huh. You don't know. Sure, dude. Something went wrong. Unknown error. Alright, guys. I just don't know. I don't know. Now, I'm looking at this, right? And here we see why are we adding a region? I mean, I guess this is what XEG would do. That's why I don't like JLFW. Yeah, maybe I just need to allocate it. I'm just gonna allocate it. Screw it. I sure wish there was an extension that would do this for you. Oh, but you know what? I could just... Nope, didn't fix it. What would cause that? Alright. Oh, I'll ask. I'll inquire of El Chat. Since I have... I guess I'll ask El Chat. I guess. Chat. But don't give it this. No lib finite code. Sure. What is lib epoxy? See, but using this kind of destroys the entire environment, doesn't it? The environment I'm trying to use at least. Hey, where is? Oh. Firmware I. The epoxy. Yeah, and I know about Glad. Glad is in here too. I don't know this one. Yeah, but this has X dependencies and GLFW. Ugh. Disgusting. Hey, we're gonna... before creating the context... Well, I don't really care about GL experimental. I don't even need the... This works. Me no. Me no. Eh. Bus error? I've never seen that. Oh, it's a bus error. Alright, what does this return? Surface Ninja, because it's all right. I accept my defeat. We will use Glad instead of what even is this? No, I don't want to download it. I want to go to the actual code. Oh, this is C++? Oh yeah, this got a C++. Yeah, but I want you to, like, look. I don't want to use GLFW, so we're not going to use this. Let's use libepoxy instead. What is this? Oh, but that's cool. It's like a drop-in replacement. Okay, I could live with that actually. Now, who told you to include that, huh? Yobam? So instead of including GL slash we need to install Well, we need to search for it because I don't know what the name of the package is. Epoxy? Oh. Lib Epoxy Dev. That's what it's called. As I expected. Apt install Lib Epoxy Dev. There we go. Drop-in replacement, my goodness. See, this is more people that come up with semantic solutions to do this, by the way. It just makes my life so much easier. Oh, I know why. Yeah. Right now, we're using EGL, which is incorrect, because we need to use epoxy. We're using glue, we should be using epoxy. So we actually need to figure out what that is. Yeah, it's called epoxy. What is all of this? Me, I'm muy confused. Conflicting types. Glue.h. Oh, because I have other places that include glue. Alright, now. Okay, glue, okay. Okay, so that's the only spot where I gotta I forgot, you gotta be logged in on GitHub to search now. So stupid, bro. I get it, no scalpers or not scrapers or whatever, but like, it's still annoying for me, the developer. I guess I can just look this up. Epoxy init. I guess I can try and import GLX. Yeah. Yeah, it only lists 2 dependencies. Oh, I just don't need it. Now that is tough. That is tough. That is horror. We. Yes, I'll mess with that. I'll mess with that. Okay. Ah, you know what? I'm using the wrong terminal. Where's the other one? Here we go. Come on. No provider for geologic op found. What is this? Oh my gosh. What if I just don't do that? What if I just don't do that? Will it just... Could it maybe just, like, work? Cool. So, now it's seg faulting with no error. Now, I'm pretty sure when I'm ready, I need to swap buffers at some point. Okay, and then we say instance dot display and instance dot surface. Now, we won't be able to do anything other than move because I haven't implemented that yet, but nope, it's giving me a bus error. Which means it's exiting somewhere. Thinking making shaders and then just finishing up in it. And then right before we return, we'll do one more and we'll just say done. bus error? I don't know what that is. Well, time to learn. Come on, Stack Overflow. Bus errors are rare nowadays on anything. You can't even attempt. It's when the system can't back a rip. Yeah, all y'all explanations suck. But basically, it seems like the problem is we're trying to access a file that isn't there. Now, finite load image. Oh my gosh. So close yet so far. How could this throw a bus error? I guess we try to nmap something that's not there? Is it not there? I mean, I see it. Right? Known in known incorrect sRGB profile. Could that be the problem? I mean, I'm not using libpng. Oh, wrong thing. Other Firefox. Other Firefox, thank you. Hey, now I'm trying to run a command, Chapel. I'm using PNG Crush. Oh, you know why? I'm in the wrong folder. Nano fx.sh. Save. ammo. I need to give myself the permission to execute this full allow, and then // press sh, and then we're supposed to pass the folder, right? What do you mean? This do I even have that? What's PNG Crush? There's your problem. Oh, oh, that time it did a thing. It did a thing. It did a thing. Sometimes I ask myself, what am I doing here? Of all the reasons, and it's still not clear. Nope. I have places to go, there's nothing near. Take me away from this place, alright, chat. Oh my gosh. Been here for 6 hours. We might have to end it here because I don't know why that's not working. I was really trying to like get it somewhat functional, but this, I don't know what's causing that. But I guess we can chat what could be causing this. But honestly, I don't really see, unless it's like an issue with my computer where it's like, oh, I'm not whatever, you know, I don't think it would be, and it shouldn't be, really. But I was back for more. Is it me, or have I been here before? I look at somewhere we can explore. Don't take me away from here, 'cause this place I'm nowhere near. Don't take me back in time to another world where you can be mine. You don't have to worry, by my side. Nothing I don't know, there's nothing to decide. Apart from where we want to go. It's PNG. Mind you, this works. It has worked. I've literally never had this error before. I've never gotten a bus error, period, actually. Apart from where we want to go. That take me. CD documents /kivix /lib finite ninja So that's not the issue. The issue is actually after this. Who would have thought? This Live Fun, the thing that has been working this whole time, is actually not the problem. I know what the issue is now. Or I think I know what the issue is. Now that I know what's not the issue, I think I can kind of try and guess what the actual issue is. So, coming back, right? So we have this. Oh yeah, now I remember why I moved this. Right. So the next function that gets called is this load PNG. First of all, if not ss, return, and then flipping. Now I'm really hoping that it's the issue with the flipping logic and not with the. Yep, it is an issue with the flipping logic. No, move. So image, flip image, vertical. What if we don't do this, you know? Just for right now. Like, let's just not do it and see what happens, right? No, it's still throwing a bus error. Yeah, it's there. Alright, L-Chat, go. Tell me what the problem is. Person's just joined my call. Tyra.
What's up with my YouTube wiggers? It's your boy, Hyro.
Chap, I want to remind you that we are live.
I know.
I guess, bro.
Cool, uncle, you know?
Sure, chap.
I was gonna invite you so we could play Deltarune.
Deltarune. I have Delta work to do.
You know, I hope Jalen Brunson gets traded to the Spurs.
But seriously, I definitely have stuff to do.
No. I'm serious too. I hope Jalen Brunson gets traded to another team. You know, I hope he plays for the Lakers.
What did I ever do to deserve this curse?
Slander Deltarune, my goat.
I said I had Delta stuff to do. What does that have to do with Deltarune?
Yeah, Cornell with it. What's her name is gonna have a field day? L. Brown. Ooh, we're doxing people live too.
Oh,
shit, man.
This is y'all marketing person, by the way, chaps. What is this?
I mean, but it goes to show I'm hip to the hop with the hippity hop.
Alright, so let's find out.
Me when Project Lenora finally gets revealed in the Cubics now.
It is not actually.
Me when the marketing lead somehow leaks one of the major titles. Isn't that right, Thompson? Isn't that right, Master Kyle? Damn, can't get the score on.
But data points to.
Oh! I learned that when they say the glove, they're not talking about the gloving scene. It's an actual medical condition, and it's rough. Like, when I heard Instagram talk about the glove, I thought it was something innocent, but like, damn.
I don't know.
Low-key nice. I'm over here washing my clothes and stuff, you know. How are you still working?
Because there are things to do. believe it or not.
Nothing ever happens.
Things happen. But
Also, I found out that when they say nothing ever happens, there's a reason why there's a Chud member there. When they say nothing ever happens, it's because they're talking about something else. And I realized it had negative connotations.
always something, never nothing is the meta.
Oh, no, that's what you said.
That's mine. That's why I said always something, never nothing is the meta.
Yeah, but the 4chan Chud have a different meaning for what they say. They say, so jump up, pick back, move around and spin. Many will die, many will suffer, and the sequel to the critically acclaimed game, Project Lenora 2, No Way Home.
No Way Home? Who do you think you are, Spider-Man?
All right, Project Lenora 2, Electric Boogaloo.
The Associates.
What's the name of the sequel to Phoenix Wright?
Justice for All.
Project Lenora 2, Justice for All. And the sequel, Project Lenora 2, Dual Destinies.
Yo. Bro skipped like 3 games.
It low-key works if you think about the gameplay.
Dual Destinies?
Yeah, because there's 2 storylines.
The Crew Dual Destinies? I guess, bro.
You know, because in Project Lenora 2, spoiler.
Truth, Nuke of truth.
Imagine hardcore fans just scouring the 6-hour stream just to find hints, like itty bitty hints of TK2 after TK1.
6-hour stream, bro. Oh my gosh. I almost have this working too. It's some stupid bus error and it's with the files. I know it's the files. The files for this thing
I
are...
remember when the band had that stupid bus joke. No, whenever they would see a bus, they would go, bus. It was around the time.
I don't remember that. I don't remember
You
that.
don't remember?
I don't remember
It
that.
happened during LGPE 2023 after the incidents.
I don't remember that. That's what I'm saying.
It was the the freshman trumpets, and then they were like bus.
I know. French
Bus.
trumpet and trumpets and
But it was that young blood.
What if I just...
I can't believe Argentina somehow clutched. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Bus.
Man, I really hate when they did that. Proceeds to do it for the next 5 minutes.
You actually hated it? I thought it was funny. I didn't like
No,
when they kept
you
mentioning-
You were just saying how you hated it, and now you're doing the same
Oh, I
thing.
never hated it. I loved it.
I guess, Chap.
Putting words in my mouth. To all my future TK fans, I'm just letting y'all know, yes, we are dropping TK3 and the live action movie soon.
What is this
Ask
man
future
chatting
Hyro,
about?
Ask future Hyro about dates, because I genuinely don't know.
Oh,
And,
it says it is read only.
And
It's because we're trying to-
Gabriel has announced the TK reboot series. Because just like Persona, we gotta reboot the series every 5 years. I never understood why Atlas did that.
Okay, I knew I wasn't tripping. I was like, hold on.
Atlas
I heard that song. I was like,
rebooted
wait a
Persona
minute.
5.
Wait a
Atlas
minute.
rebooted Persona 5 before it even turned 10 years old, bro.
I can't take it anymore.
To all my TK fans out there, I'm just letting y'all know there's a character named
I can't
Aster
take it anymore.
Feline, and he's low-key
Why
a
then?
fraud because Gabriel can't write him correctly.
Why
Just
is
letting
an
y'all
orange called an orange,
DK
but
is
an
still a
apple
fraud
isn't
because
called
he
a
works
red?
in-
Oh my goodness. I can't take it anymore. Eat a burp with
letting
no honey
everybody know.
mustard.
I'm letting everybody in the stream know. future people. TK1 is full of frauds and cutscene merchants because this guy over here doesn't know how to write characters correctly. Just letting you know, when it comes to power scaling, there's a certain guy whose name starts with a J. That man outspeeds the guy named after a food. He outspeeds everybody, bro. The guy whose
Okay.
name starts with a J.
Returning even 8 from a function where the result is a share of Oh.
Also, if Project Lenora wins a game award, everybody gets the game for free, but only for like a single hour. And that is orders by Chipmaster Kyle himself. He has said if TK1 gets a game award, the game will be free for an hour. And after that hour, if you didn't pick it up, then you lost luck. But if you did pick it up in the hour, you gotta keep the game forever, and it was free. And that is straight orders from Chipmaster Kyle. So once TK1 releases and gets a game award, make sure to receive that free game. Do we even have any franchises apart from TK?
No, we do not.
Maybe on the Tubi platform. Tubi's perfect birthday. The one I worked on during Rodriguez class.
You said Rodriguez, like that was a good project.
It was a good project. This year I couldn't get the physics right.
Oh. Oh.
You don't remember the physics?
Oh. Oh, that's what we consider a good project now?
It was a good project. Like the cutscene was amazing.
Oh.
For a non-programmer, it was a great project.
Oh my gosh! What is causing this?
Are you still working on a demo?
Yes. I have, the code is there, but there's like a weird memory bus error or something's going
Is
on.
the demo like, what is it? Is it like a platformer?
Chap, it's Minecraft.
What?
I told you this.
I can't stand these people. I'm surrounded by frauds.
I told you this.
Why would you go work at Kroger? And that's the minimum for a cashier at Publix. I'm gonna give you $12.50. Timothy, do you know you're on official Cubix live stream right now?
Something is...
Cubix did make it to the Streamer University, and so did Krish. Because I told that bum, hey, don't be a bum, go to Streamer University. And you know what he did? He went to Streamer University. And then he met
Destination
up with Kai
equals height minus I minus 1? Why are we doing that?
What guest speakers have we had so far in this lovely live stream?
None. Delusions was here, but Delusions no talk.
Doesn't speak.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm blessing the viewers' ears. Oh yeah.
I guess, bro. There's a problem with mem copying.
Yeah, that's right, buddy. Did they hire you? Did they hire you?
I'm hungry.
They did? Kroger hired you? They hired you? Dude, you gotta be slow. You're slow. That's another word.
You don't know who you don't know who Roscoe McGuddy is, so you can't say that.
Not another word.
Not another word.
Adaptive LARP. That's also a Project Lenora trait, so be on the lookout when Project Lenora drops.
What is this man on about?
There's a lot of traits in Project Lenora. So you can get Bite Away, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, White Album, Call It Fate, Call It Karma, Late Registration, Graduation, Weed of Roses, Good Friday.
What the heck?
And my favorite trait of them all,
255.
get lucky.
Oh, it's counting
Zach
down.
Thompson says he wanted to be dumb and he didn't want to make traits based on songs. So once the game releases, y'all will be able to see what the traits are actually called.
Oh, 192.
Fun fact: I fainted during the production of TK1 because it was so peak. Game so peak, people will faint. Michael Jackson aura, you know what I mean?
Sure, chap.
Or
Stride times height. Where the stride is size T width times 4.
Gabriel, are you gonna be mad if I called one of the traits Christian Dior Denim Flow?
Christian Dior denim flow. I look to my right, Deji. I look to my left, AJ. These partners stink of poo.
Oh, also, your goat is going through surgery right now.
I saw. He's so goated he played through an injury and still won the title.
Aren't you gonna glaze him? Aren't you gonna be like, oh my god, Daddy Brunson's in trouble?
Bro, first of all,
You
this
look
is
like LeBron?
first of all, Brunson. This is not the first time Brunson has had an injury like this. He had an injury like this the last time, the first time they played the Pacers when the whole team was a hospital ward.
Dude, what?
Yes, dude, the whole starting lineup was injured.
Oh,
That's-
so like the Golden State Warriors.
Who is this that just graced our call? By the way, I have beef with some of y'all because y'all was in here. Hello, Ose. Y'all were in here talking about some. Oh, y'all didn't even say anything about how the volume was low. Y'all pinged me in the Discord server. I'm not looking at Discord, bro. I only knew the volume was low because I happened to glance at Discord.
You're in a live stream, OC. Don't say anything.
What?
Don't listen to that bum.
We're
He's
streaming right now.
Oh, y'all actually streaming?
yeah.
Yeah, we got accepted to Streamer University.
Just saying words.
Wait. Like, they can hear us, right?
See,
Yes.
I think.
They can hear us.
they.
They.
Who's
And
they?
by they, I mean those.
Just saying words. Just saying
Yeah,
words.
he's just saying words at this point.
Some people, bro, found out how the keyboard works.
No, also, you know that one Smiling Friends episode where he's like, well, you know. No, I don't know what you mean.
I guess, bro.
I can't believe Ose would say that type of stuff behind camera. It's so vile and revolting what he said.
Yeah, they can't
Gabe,
hear you.
Gabe,
right.
do you know what he's talking about?
Guys, I'm not gonna lie.
What
Don't
you
even
say
trip about it.
those kids, man?
What?
What is he talking about?
It's just words being uttered, bro.
No, like, what is he talking about?
I don't know. You're asking me.
Don't you know, Ose, I'm the big poster king? I'll be big posting.
Bro, you're a genuine chud, bro.
Me?
Oh, eyes less than height.
You're a chud, bro. You're the chuddiest chud.
What is he on about today, bro? My God.
Wasting our hard-earned oxygen, bro.
I know what you said
okay.
about. I know what you said about blue. I know what you said about blue.
What?
I've seen your search history. It's not beautiful.
Why are we just lying now? New data.
His search history was full of LaMelo Ball pictures, and I'm genuinely concerned.
Do you wanna go to war? No, I'm sorry. Plus height minus I minus Y times a stride. Data plus what's Y? Oh, I.
There's a time and place for everything, but I genuinely want to ask Ose a genuine question.
See, that's the first concern. You said you want to ask him a genuine question.
Chip, can you definitely?
I want to ask Ose a genuine question. I can only imagine the foolishness you're about to ask. You're muted, chap. You're muted. We don't survive. Oh my gosh.
Guardian. What?
You're muted. We don't support that here. You are muted, sir.
We don't. Oh, wait. Say that again?
You don't support that here, sir. You are muted.
Listening is kind of crazy though. I don't mess with that crazy shit. I don't mess with that crazy stuff.
What if it's just width and height divided by 4?
You know.
256 divided by 4 is 64, isn't it, guys? That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm so smart. I'm so smart, dude. I'm literally so intelligent, dog. Literally so intelligent.
I'm hearing 2 people at one time. Oh my god.
I'm literally so intelligent, bro. I'm so smart. I'm so high IQ. What do you mean? Yeah, that was it. That was a problem. Right now it's saying that sign.png doesn't exist? But it's...
What are we talking about?
Where's... Oh, I don't have name out. Okay, sources. No, sources, Livecraft. Assets. Sign.png. Is that not where the file resides? Or perhaps I am dumb. Let me unmute Ira so I can actually hear what this
He's just talking about Pokemon stuff, bro. Ira has lost his mind.
He has lost his mind.
Yeah. Why would I join call? Why did I
He has lost his mind.
Like, why did I join, bro?
No.
I had better things to do, bro.
The question.
I genuinely had better things to do, bro.
Answer the question. I'll give you $10 if you answer the question.
Oh,
$10? I'm
Hold
setting
on.
a parlay. Placing a...
Hey, hold on.
The placement of a parlay.
You gotta answer the question, and I have to agree with your choice.
Ah, damn.
The placement of a parlay.
Ooh, bruh. That's it's kind of a hard one, I can't lie. But wait, can someone send me the last? Hold on, before I even say something crazy. Hold on.
Okay, hold on. Let me
That's
deafen right quick. Okay, we almost got it working, guys. Guys, I know what the problem is. Do 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 do. So the problem is that we need to get it from the... We need to use this. Alright, and then I'm just going to snprintf into true path. So that's a 4096. One, two. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Do do
F open. No such file or directory. Alright, so load shader program. Passes load shader. Ah! Because it's probably not in the assets folder. Alright, we are all gonna unmute Deafin and hear what they're talking about.
Trying to do that. What does John Cena say with Priest's theme tune? Is it Wohong?
What? Oh, that's why. The shaders aren't there.
No, it's you like Bing Chilling.
Bing shilling.
I forgot. I can't say the whatever comes before because I just come off as racist.
Oh, wow. Boom, 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 boom. Do 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 do.
I guess, bro.
I got black, I got white. What you want?
Nothing. Please leave my store.
I got black, I got
Into
white.
the
What you want?
super massive.
Are you still working on that project?
Yes.
Of course I am.
Everyone else is still
You're working
being
at
productive.
snail's pace, bro.
Super massive. Dude, this thing takes me like bare minimum a week, bro. A week, dude.
Oh, weak, bro. What are you
Dude.
animating? The Mona Lisa?
Yes.
Yes, actually.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Correct again, Deep. Correct again.
Yo, Gabriel.
What?
When are you gonna take me and Miguel to some good
Who?
Jamaican chicken?
Who?
Me and Miguel to some good Jamaican chicken. Who's FESU Tsunami?
Hmm?
Oh, that's the Quake section? It's too big. Oh, but that's September 11th, 2025. Y'all played on September 11th?
Yes, we did. And we have a cadence called 9/11 that we played on that day.
Why don't y'all play it on 9/12? Truly a genius. What? They got rid of all the trailers?
Correct again, Deep.
Yo.
Correct again.
Yo, Gabriel, they got rid of all trailers at Bergmar.
Wow. Anyways.
Why is
Bro
Ian
doesn't give a fuck. Oh my god.
Why is Ian
Anyways.
posting?
Uh,
Talking about tune in to the Cubics live stream.
I guess, bro. I guess, bro.
I mean, definitely tune in though. Eyes emoji.
Definitely tune in. You know?
Definitely tune in. Eyes emoji. I mean,
Sergio's going to Mexico?
Do 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 do.
My body is ready.
Why is he lying? Has Gabriel lost his mind?
If
I'm
lived in
hungry,
the Pokemon
actually.
world, I would definitely have Zygarde.
What?
What? Who's a what?
Why?
If you lived in Pokemon wo- if
You've been
you
at
lived
this
in
all day.
Pokemon
At least
world,
hydrate, bro. I'm literally about to get
I
off,
have
bro.
Zygarde.
Trust. I'm literally about to get off.
Why is he lying?
I'm literally about to get off, bro. I'm literally starving right now. Trust.
Why is he lying?
You know, Anthony was in here earlier, Hyro.
Hmm?
Anthony was watching the live earlier. Bro
Or
was,
she was.
bro was trying to get top viewer. I am very hungry. I'm probably going to get off soon.
I might as well get off soon too.
Yeah, I've been here since
I don't know
12.
how, but apparently.
Oh yeah, Asher's
Little
supposed to be
Fly
coming.
has become- Apparently, Still Fly has become the theme song for college football, and I don't know how. Still Fly isn't even that good. You got like way other bangers.
Yeah, but it's famous. That's all that matters.
So is Mr. Ice Cream Man.
It's not as famous as Still Fly, though.
Hashtag fairs.
So is Victory Lap, and Victory Lap is arguably better, bro.
Let me play this game. Hold on.
KBA Season 2 is coming. Yep. KBA is made possible.
And plus, we have better bands than the Human Jukebox, bro. We got the, what is, we got the BMMB. We love the BMMB. Isn't it right, Thompson? We love the BBM. Oh, my bad. We love the BMMB.
Dude, I've been so busy, I ain't even seen the stuff KBA been posting. Shout out to the KBA, man. That's where it is really at, yeah? Alright. Alright. Yeah, my brain is failing me. And I still gotta go do this essay, bro. Oh my god. We are writing this essay! Let's go! Alright! We are writing this essay, yes sir. Has he lost it? Path to shader. It's there. What's the problem? Pablo, what's the problem? Boom, 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 boom.
3, Diesel.
Yeah, this music's starting to annoy me now. Pablo, what's the problem? Okay, load shader program. Do 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 do. Oh, yeah, all the source code will be available. It will be public. I don't want to have
We
to
have
run
to
this
do
tomorrow.
earning calls for shareholders? Oh my god, bro.
Gio,
I didn't know
get-
we had to talk to shareholders.
You're now learning this, Chuck?
You know what? I'll put one of my interns in charge of that. I don't feel like talking to shareholders.
Alright, I'm gonna Excel chat.
What's up with all these bands making AI logos, bro?
Because they have no shame, chap. They have no shame.
AI has hit Unks?
Yes,
Like
unfortunately.
crazy, bro.
Unfortunately. Honestly, I enjoyed streaming this. I was thinking, like, oh, I might be tired, I might not want to do this, but, like, low-key been here for a while. I think we'll be okay.
You pissed out?
Yeah, where's Make Shader?
Ahí está. Alright, I'm gonna go play Deltarune now. See you, Chuck.
I guess, bro. Oh my god.
Sigh. How long have you been here again?
Since 1. Or really before that.
Like 1 p.m. or like
1 in the afternoon. That's when I started streaming. Was at 1 in the afternoon. I'm really just waiting for Asher. Whenever he gets here, that's when I'll get on.
who's that again?
The legal guy. He's bringing the other version of the console so I can record a video of it. I'm probably gonna finish the video tomorrow. Hey guys, when your class? No, this is not the email you just sent. Yeah, what's this? Ribbon cutting of Ryan Center. Oh! Oh, we're getting our mailroom back. We're getting the light. I told y'all they were going to be done with it before the end of the school year. Or the start of the new school year. I mean, I was like 2 months off, but I was still right, you know? Alright, chaps. I've been here since 1 o'clock. It's 6. We are 6.5 hours in. I will post the results when this is done, but I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna go eat something, and then I'll be back. Not live, but I'll finish this up. Thank you all for coming and watching me suffer for 6.5 hours. Listen to me yap. We had some good discussions on here. As I said, project is not dead. We have a lot of stuff coming. Stay tuned because things are happening. All is happening on the happening front. Two new subscribers. How cool. How cool. Alright, we are